Yo, what up? What up? What up? What up? What up? What up? What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? You know what I forgot to do? Let me put this over here. He's going live shortly after this, Emily. He'll be live up on there. You know, he'll be up on there doing his goddamn thing. Oh my God, that's loud. That's just funny as hell. Oh my God, I had to close that, guys. Don't drink a coffee monster, you know, Emily. You'll be live up on there, Em. You'll be live. You'll be live in the flesh. What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? What's up, High Priestess? I appreciate you pulling up. Thank you for becoming a member yesterday, too. Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate the support. It means a lot. It means a lot. I do have some plans to go to Delphi. Actually, we're gonna go down there, and I'm gonna get some footage and stuff. I need to get some stuff up. So, gotta prepare for this trip. Hopefully, we can get some shit moving. So what's going on with everybody? What's going on with everybody? Blessings. What the hell? Green? I'm wearing green. That don't match red. I guess it's red on here. Yeah, there is red on here. I look like a rainbow today. Real knows real. Thank you. I appreciate that. I want to cover some of the stuff that came up after I wasn't on. I went to bed yesterday at about 1. I slept till about 8 o'clock last night, and I've been up ever since. I haven't slept yet. I'm still from what? Yeah, I slept from 1 to 8:30 p.m. and that's how it's been. But yeah, how's everybody doing? How's everybody feeling? What's going on today with everybody? Do you hear me? You can hear me. Good morning to everybody in here right now. I see Angelica. We got Sheba. Angelica, Ganja Mama, Sheba. What's good? Appreciate you, John Lucas. What's up, brother? How you doing? Hopefully you've been good. Angelica's in the building. Emily's in the building. She's laughing at probably what I said at the beginning. We got my man Ben Dover. Ben Dover? All right, that's all. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Let's keep moving around here. Yeah. We're doing it. Hold on, let me share this in the Discord. Probably already been shared, but you know, you gotta wake them up again. Hit them with everyone. Let's see. Share it on Facebook, share it on Twitter, share it on all of it. All right, we got live up. Bang. All right, there we go. I'm dead, dude. I'm sorry. I can't help it. Some people are funny on here, man. I swear. Good morning. 18. What up, Justin? What's up, everybody? June. I see you, June. Said morning, Scylla. Real knows real. That's what's up, though. So there was information that came out. I guess some of the neighbors spoke to the news. So we'll be pulling some of that up. Damn. Let me hit like on that so I don't get screamed at later. You know. All right, there we go. I got that pulled up. I'm pulling everything up. Instagram, Twitter, Facebook. What else we got? What other platforms do I have? I got my email, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. All right, so we got YouTube here. This is a video I kind of wanted to watch with you guys here. I'm going to present, share screen, share audio, and we're going to jump into it. Who is Richard Allen? That's what we want to know. Who is Richard Allen? I had a little issue trying to reach the Discord. Oh, I got you. Don't worry about it. I got you taken care of. I got to get you a link. Matter of fact, if you go to members only, comment on the members only post real quick, and I'll shoot it to you right now. Do that, and I'll shoot it to you right now. So hold up. Let me grab you one. Why? Anybody who became members yesterday? Anybody who became a member yesterday? Like I said, we create things as a community. We're working on a series right now called Suicide or Murder. I do build those videos with anybody who's in the Discord. I think I'm gonna drop in. I'm waiting for it to be approved. I guess they gotta approve 99-cent memberships. Like I don't care. I'm gonna drop it down to 99 cents too. So it'll be 99 cents, 199, and then whoever wants to support, whatever. Like that's how I'm gonna do mine. Here, let me go to. I have to send them out because I was having problems with people sending up the trolls and shit, which I don't understand that, to be honest with you, but it is what it is. I'm gonna send you an invite right now. One use, hold up, generate new link, invite. Okay, so I'm gonna go to my community tab right now. Archangel, hi Emily. Yo, what's up, Crankshafts and Fuels? What's going on, brother? How you doing? All right, so what I'm gonna do is open. Let's go to here. Let me put this up here too, a little poll. I want to see what y'all think about that. Boom. I'm gonna put that poll up. I'm gonna make a let's pull up one more tab on YouTube, and then I'm gonna make that for you right now. Let's see, YouTube video or YouTube Studio. Let's go to community real quick. Your family, Sean. Huh? Hold up. The family for John Daughtry call your private investigator. Pray they find truth. Bothers me. Oh wow, yeah. That's such a sad case. I'm gonna be doing one on that also. I'm gonna be building one on that also. So anybody who wants to partake in that, and my new members that came in, I'm actually about to put the Discord link up now. So here we go. Where are we at here? I have to go to my channel. Okay, whatever. So it'll be visible for all channel members. Who needs a? All right, so I'm putting it up now. Who needs a Discord link? Let me know when you comment under there. Just remind me when you comment under there, and I'll drop the link for you. So I got it up for an hour on there. Where the hell is you at? You playing? All right, there we go. Put my phone on Do Not Disturb so I cannot be bothered during this live. Let me go through these comments real quick. I had a little issue trying to reach the Discord. Okay, yeah, I got that. I got the invite waiting for you right now. I do have the invite waiting for you right this second. Why isn't not doing that? About to say. So what do y'all think? What did y'all hear afterwards? I heard some stuff afterwards, like neighbors reached out about the Delphi murders. I heard the neighbors definitely reached out. That Sean Daughtry case is crazy. There's a lot of other cases that are crazy that deserve justice, like this case got. That Sean Daughtry case baffles me though. That one baffles me 100%. It really does. That one fucks with me. I'll say that. I heard a bunch of stuff, says the forensic. Oh, nice to see you, forensic astrologer. I appreciate you coming back around. I liked your video too, by the way. I did watch that. And I actually I feel like you have some facts in there. And I mean, people aren't going to believe it, but I honestly could get into that shit because you did pinpoint that. But yeah, that's subjective for people, you know. Hold on, let me see who commented on here. Anybody comment on here? I'm gonna drop a single. Let's see. Okay, here. Here's a one link here for a one-time use. Let me see what else. Let me get another one. Invite, edit invite link. 1 hour. Hold up. One use. 6 hours. Generate new link. Copy. I'm gonna drop a couple on there. That way you should be able to get in there. Comment. There we go. Boom. Dropped it in. There's 2 of them right there. If anybody needs more, let me know. But yeah, let's jump into this video. I kind of want to get into it right now because that in this video, and I'm a member of Grizzlies, so I want to check this video out. So let's get into it.
Welcome back to another episode of Grizzly True Crime. My name is Gizella K, and today we continue to look at the Delphi case, and we continue to process the fact that they've now caught Bridge Guy. We've looked at Bridge Guy and him walking for that second or two for so long and hearing guys down the hill that it's actually unbelievable still to think that 5 years and 8 months later, they caught the guy.
I'll get him one. Okay. Let's get into it. Shout out to everybody in the stream.
This is the guy,
hit that like button.
Richard Allen, who lived in Delphi as they suspected he would. I mean, he does fit the profile, right? He also does fit.
By the way, I have plans on going to Delphi tomorrow after my I have a doctor's appointment, so I'm probably I'm gonna head over to Delphi. I want to get some footage, maybe go to the memorial. Well, actually go to the memorial and may do some stuff there. I don't want to talk about it, but I want it to be a surprise. I'll go live from there. I'll definitely go live from there. Hopefully I got good service. I'm praying that I have good service when I go out there to Delphi. When we go out to that spot, I'm praying to God I have good service so I can go live on the spot. You know what I mean? Because I want to go live when I get there. That's a fact. I'd be pissed if I didn't have service when I got there.
The profile for a potential serial killer, right? So I'm hoping with them still keeping the tip lines open, that many more people will come forward now that they have a face and a name, and they'll be like, wait a minute, I've come across that guy before. I've experienced him before, or he did this, or they know that. Whatever it is, let's hope we find out a little more about his background, because all that we know is he got married when he was 19 years old. He has been living in Delphi in that home since around 2006. He has a wife, one daughter, works at the CVS, is described as one of the nicest.
All right, so in this video, and I don't know if some of you seen it, but in this video, she talks about I'm pretty sure the neighbors are talked about in here. The backyard dig, you see it says backyard dig up there. So backyard dig, Richard Allen. So let's get into the profile of this
guys. I mean, he also helped Becky Petty, Mike Petty, and Tara German process some photos, even print out some sketches at no charge. The sketches of the Delphi suspect were on the window at the CVS. They were everywhere in Delphi. I mean, he's just minutes away from Monon High Bridge, right across from the Delphi Community High School, right across from the Methodist Church where they had the press conference yesterday. He's literally right there in the small community of 3,000 people. How exactly they caught him, of course, we don't know, because the probable cause has been sealed, but it's going to be very interesting. You know, I wonder, I've seen some rumors that it was by chance that he stole a neighbor's tools, and then the neighbor reported it, and the police were able to go in and have a look. And when they did, they uncovered so much more than they thought. However, when we listen in a moment to the HLN special clip of exactly what they brought out of the house from what they could observe, right? It sounds very specific, like very specific areas were searched and targeted with a metal detector and all kinds of equipment. Other mods too, so it's going to be so interesting to learn, what did they find in his shed, in his flower bed, in his backyard? What was it really? And how did they actually get that search warrant to dig up this guy's backyard, basically, and put him behind bars? I think it's going to be an incredible story. Could be by chance, could be that someone was a snitch, and if there's a snitch, we know who that could be, right?
Joe?
Meaning it could be Kevin Klein. Maybe he had some kind of digital connection.
What do you mean we'll believe anything? What do you mean by that? What do you mean we'll believe anything? Like what? Who believes anything? I believe what's put in front of me and presented in front of me. I don't believe cat hairs or nothing until that is presented in the evidence. By like I don't believe anything until it's presented in that. If I have my own theory, that's my own theory and that's my own opinion, and I'll say that. You know what I mean? I don't believe if a cat shits, then he shits, and I see that, and that's fact because it came out the cat's ass. You know what I mean? Like.
Or something like that, I would still, as much as I absolutely hate saying it, I still think there's a possibility that the motive would be something like snuff films, because that is something that's, you know, part of the dark web, and it's unfortunately there is a whole audience for that, and it's disgusting and terrible. I just wonder if any of the digital evidence recovered from Kevin Klein's phones and things like that, if there is any connection to at least the digital evidence shared from someone like this and that whole ring of people. So anyway, let me stop rambling and let's get into this. So this I showed in my live stream yesterday. If you missed it, go check it out. I've also uploaded for you a sniffle-free press conference, which is where I literally manually removed every time that Doug Carter sniffed. We don't throw shade at him for doing it. He was emotional. He was sweating a lot and he was sniffing, yes. But it is a little distracting to listen to his portion of the press conference with all the sniffles. So I made sure to upload a version for you where you can listen to it without any sniffles. I hope you like that.
Lean back.
It's ad-free. So is the Delphi case file. So go check it out. You can watch it at your leisure as well, just to reflect back on other press conferences. So check that out. But for today, in this episode, I just wanted to show you again that they say police confirmed on Sunday that Richard Allen is not cooperating with their investigation into the murders after being taken into jail. Okay, so here they say the original story below, which we did yesterday in the live stream. So the main point here is he's not cooperating. One wouldn't really expect him to. I think this would be a shock to him as well, right? Being caught after all this time, being complacent, being comfortable, posing with a sketch right behind him in a bar, which his wife then put on social media. I'm pretty sure he's going to feel some anger towards her, which I'm glad he's behind bars so that she's also safe, right? Because he would feel some anger that all this stuff was on social media and everyone can now kind of pass his pictures around and see things in hindsight and all that, which, yeah, is very fascinating to see that he was literally there as part of the community, being the nice guy, as they always are. I told you, for me, a red flag is a really nice guy. It's a red flag, especially when they try very hard to be a very nice guy, right? Or show the world what a saint they are. That's a red flag. So, you know, to think that this guy, sorry, I'm losing my train of thought for a second here because I'm just like, what? I don't know if you guys feel like that, but I'm still processing that this guy lived there, was in the community, that the resentment might be there now for his wife putting all these pictures out. We can all see it now. We can see his face. Anyway, so he's not cooperating. He's pleading not guilty. Of course, most of them do. I think the only one I've seen plead guilty recently is Ethan Crumbly. So let's not get into that case now, but that was at least like, finally, someone's saying guilty. So anyway, let's move on to look at the HLN clip. There's an HLN special. If you didn't know, I'm going to link it below so you can check out the whole thing yourself.
Yeah, we're going to check that out also.
We're going to look quickly at a neighbor's.
We're going to check that out after. If you have anything you want to send to my email, make sure you hit exclamation point email. Send whatever you need. Just don't send no bullshit ass spam, goofy ass hacking links. My bad. I just had to make that clear because I see that shit from a mile away.
Statement from there, and then we'll look at the portion where they talk about what they brought out of the home in a 12-hour search while Richard Allen and his wife were standing outside of the house. But that's also, do they have to stay there is a question that I have when there's like a search warrant being executed or they're digging up your backyard. Or is he just feeling, you know, that he nervous and like controlling, that he has to stand there and just wait for them? I don't think he anticipated it would take 12 hours, right? Standing outside for 12 hours is quite a while, huh? If you think about it. Damn. Okay, so let's look at what the neighbor said, because even that is like, what? Okay, so this is from timestamp 22 minutes and 17 seconds. Check out what this neighbor said.
to talk to folks around town. And so, we talked to Cynthia Rossi, who we've talked to her throughout the podcast. Denise. And Denise. And Denise's daughter, Cynthia, was friends with Abby and Libby. And she talked about kind of learning about this arrest. Here's what she had to say.
When I started to piece together,
shout out to everybody in here, man.
Make sure you hit the like button. And I had just talked to him a week before. I felt disgusted. I thought I was going to throw up. It was horrifying. And how close he lives to my house. Wow. All his neighbors that are good friends of mine. He was a dog.
Like, damn, the community is so tight-knit. And for everyone saying, why didn't his wife see it was him? Why didn't his daughter? Why didn't the community? For 5 years and 8 months, or over 5.5 years, almost 6.
Joe, join the panel,
why did no one suspect it? Well, firstly, the sketches could look like anyone. We've seen persons of interest in the past, and the sketch looks just like them. So, as Doug Carter said, a sketch is not a photo, right? So, it's not the most accurate thing. We've never seen it be too accurate in the past either. If you look at the sketches of Richard Ramirez, the Zodiac killer, and all these serial killers that they were looking for, it's just like, wow, the sketches are not generally that accurate. But then also that little clip we got of Bridge Guy, I mean, for me still, I'm processing like, damn, that's not at all how I expected him to look, because of the distortion on the face and just the way he's walking and everything. It's really hard to see, So this must be such a shock for the community. Oh my word, neighbors. And listen to what else she says here.
Dog sitter for one of my good friends. They had no idea. There's like a handful of stores in Delphi.
There you go.
He works at CVS. Everybody goes to CVS.
There's a handful of stores in Delphi, one pharmacy, and he works at that pharmacy. Like literally crazy. In a place where people are going to come there, to buy a whole bunch of stuff. There's all sorts of things available there. But if they've got a cold or flu or they need medication or whatever, they're going to come there. Right. Meaning, I just mean it's like a vulnerable, caring place. You know what I mean? Like, and he's their BG? Shift supervisor. Yes, he's got a pharmacy technician license, but apparently he was a shift supervisor. He wasn't a pharmaceutical technician. He was mostly operating as a shift supervisor. So that, and just like welcoming people to the store and like, oh man, to think of that, the sketches being right there on the window. I mean, of course, he wouldn't be able to just rip them down or act in any way that would draw suspicion to him. So you know what? I hate saying this, but he did really well of keeping a low profile for a long time, huh? I mean, many killers
That's a good point right
and
there,
or serial killers do. They're really good at just hiding in plain sight. What I find really hard to believe is that this dude murdered 2 girls when he was 44 years old. I want to know more about his background. What did he do before that? What behavior? There must be a lot. There must really be a lot to escalate to that level. By the way. Has he killed other people? We need to look into other missing persons, other unsolved homicides like the Evansdale murders, the Flora fire, all of that. You just don't wake up when you're 44 years old and then be like, okay, I'm just suddenly going to murder.
What evidence can you cite? I don't know. Maybe the stuff they took out his backyard shed. Maybe that type. Maybe the stuff that they were coming out in boxes. They searched his house on October 12th. Before he got arrested on the 28th. I mean, it's factual information. It's coming from neighbors that seen the police taking stuff out of his shed in boxes. They didn't just arrest the guy. You think they just went to his house and said, hey, Richard Allen, we're just going to arrest you, buddy. Yeah, we're going to put the murders on you. No, don't work that way. Sorry, bub. But I'd like you to come up and explain if you're more than welcome to come up and explain what your theory is.
2 teenagers, a 13 and a 14-year-old, in the most brutal way, according to everything that we've heard from law enforcement. It sounded very brutal. Also, I find it interesting in listening to Doug Carter's post-press conference interview, how the reporter asked him, are you still looking into Ron Logan? He said no one's been cleared. They're literally going to start over, which is what he said all along. Now that they have the guy, they got to go back and look at all the tips they received, which he said was like 70,000 tips, and go over everything to see if there's any really good Richard Allen info in there. Was there ever a tip for this guy? Does anyone know more? And of course, more tips are going to come in.
That's all the new subscribers, by the way. Make sure you hit the like button.
He's done some shady things before 2017. And if this would be a cool off period or him just keeping a low profile. What is he really doing digitally then to satisfy that urge, that need, whatever is driving him?
What the fuck you mean that's not evidence? Dude, do you think that you could just go and put somebody in jail with completely nothing? So you don't think they have evidence on Richard Allen? I just want to know, Fat Joe. I respect your opinion to the fullest, right? But you're speaking nonsense. You're saying that doesn't mean evidence. What do you, bro? They have to have something, right? They have to have something to lock them up. That you think they just went in there with a freaking piece of paper and said, "Here's a fingerprint"? I mean, come on, bro. I know you're smarter than that, right? Please.
I think it would be very interesting. At timestamp 3109 on the HLN special, I believe this is footage from inside that CVS where he worked. We don't have a CVS in the Netherlands, but you guys in the States, does it all look like this? Pretty much like, right? It pretty much all looks like this. I've been in a CVS before in America. We here have a store called Kruidvat, and they pretty much all look the same with minor differences. But like, damn.
Hit that like button. 85 people in here. Hit that like button.
Let's see what on earth they dug up from that backyard.
That's right, Susan. I was able to speak with some of the neighbors of Richard Allen. They've lived near him for several years. They were familiar with him, but didn't know him well. But on Thursday, October 13th, they noticed a lot of activity outside.
Notice the date, Thursday, October 13th. So that's when they searched the house. I hadn't known quite the date before. I know they said mid-October or towards the time he was arrested, but Thursday, October 13th is when they searched the house. This is Barbara McDonald from the...
Hey, Fat Joe, it seems like you don't like true crime, so we're just going to kindly ask you to...
Get the fuck out of here!
Thank you.
Down the Hill podcast. If you haven't listened to the podcast yet, it's very good. I've recommended it before. It's on my Delphi playlist as well. We went over some of the details from some of those episodes, so check that out.
At his house, a lot of cars that appeared to them to be unmarked law enforcement vehicles, a lot of men not in law enforcement uniforms, but in suits and khaki pants, all arriving at the house just before noon. They asked Richard and his wife to exit the home and to remain outside of the home throughout the day. They weren't allowed back into the home until around 11 p.m. that night.
So what I want to read to you guys that's interesting before we dig into this video, like read right here, right? Let me know if you guys can see this. I'm gonna move your comment out the way, Matt, and look, we'll look right at this as it's written right here. Let me zoom in for you guys so you can read it. All right. So on Thursday, October 13th, 2022, law enforcement swarmed Richard Allen's house and conducted a 12-hour search of his home, including his backyard. They dug in his flower beds, took photos of his shed, bringing out 2 pieces of dark clothing, a shoebox, a Macy's bag, and a stack of books from what observers could see. Superintendent Doug Carter has said that he is confident they have the right man, that he is the bridge guy, and that they have not ruled out anyone else yet who may have also in some way had involvement in the murders of Abby Williams and Libby German. So you hear that, right? Libby and Abby were murdered February 13th, 2017. After crossing the Munnin High Bridge and uploading photos to Snapchat at 2:13 p.m., their bodies were found the next day on Ron Logan's property, 1,400 feet from his house. For 5 years and 8 months, investigators have worked hard to identify the man who Libby recorded on her phone, known by all who have followed this case as the bridge guy. Now we have a name and a face for him, and he is being held without bond on 2 counts of murder, with trial expected to start on March 20th, 2023. So I just wanted to read that to you. Maybe you could take that and go based off a little bit of that.
During that time, Richard stood outside. His wife sat in a van. He stood outside that van for several hours.
So they're highlighting the portion where you can see the little circle on the screen there. That would be Richard Allen chilling outside of his car while the police are searching his backyard. That must have been a really stressful time for him.
You didn't hurt no booty hole over here,
damn.
Bubba.
Imagine just having to wait there knowing they're about to uncover a lot of your darkest secrets, because we're going to hear now, but they searched the flower bed, the shed. Now, what on earth was he doing in that shed? They brought out a shoebox and a Macy's bag. Like, what did he have in there? I really think a lot of this would have a lot of digital evidence. And I would assume that someone like this, because 2 articles of clothing were missing from one victim in the Delphi murders here. And I wonder what that would be. And if that was found in the flower bed, in, you know, the shoebox, in the trophy box, in the shed, and they recovered lots of books and things as well. So you just don't know what kind of collection this guy had going on. And how many more victims there could be, we're yet to see.
Possibly.
One of the photos shows that we've exclusively obtained. Another photo shows him sitting in the van with his wife, with the passenger door open for another several hours. At some point, as it was starting to get dark out, these neighbors noticed that the Carroll County Sheriff's Chief Deputy Tony Liggett arrived. He had a piece of paper with him. He showed it to Richard Allen. And at that point, a tow truck arrived. And
I wonder if that would be, of course, an official search warrant. I mean, I wonder what led investigators there. Would it be DNA? Is it genealogy? Is it, were they digging through the trash and matching his DNA that way? Or is it the story that's going around of him stealing tools from a neighbor's yard? That's so weird that he did that. Or from a neighbor's garage. The neighbor reports it. They go look for the tools. Then they find all this other stuff. Then the search warrant comes. Is it that? Did his mom tip the police off? Because that's another rumor. Did his wife tip the police off? Because that's another rumor. We're yet to find out. You know, I'm not 100% sure. A lot of people that have legal experience are telling me not to get my hopes up that the trial will be in March, because they've said the pre-trial is in January and then the trial starts in March, I believe the 20th. And they're like, no, don't get your hopes up for that. It's going to be a long time till the trial, which is what we see ordinarily in many cases. Sometimes it's a year or 2 or more wait for the trial. They do have to have tentative dates, but I wouldn't be surprised if it gets shifted and postponed for various reasons, of course. And let's hope he doesn't do the whole, incompetency hearing thing, the insanity plea and all that kind of stuff that these criminals usually do, which also delays the whole process. We shall see. Of course, we're keeping an eye on it. And when the trial happens, and if it's televised, oh my word, we'll be here for it. As you know, I'm not good at trials. I don't know. The attention span to sit there through trials, but for damn sure I'll be watching to see what happened after all this time. Like, what on earth happened in this case? What are the details? What do we know? Of course, with the main focus being fighting for justice for Abby and Libby.
And started taking the car away, one of the cars away, not the one he'd been sitting in, but a car that the neighbors recognized as one that he routinely used. And they began a search inside the house and also in the yard using some sort of a device, perhaps like a metal detector or something like that, to search a flower bed and also an area around a shed. They did dig.
They're searching a flower bed, the area around the shed. I mean, that just reminds me of the Gabby Petito case. That's what we wanted them to search. And they did eventually go search, right? They went to search around that flower bed and the shed. So here as well, they searched around the flower bed using something like a metal detector and around the shed and in the shed. Oh, my word. I wonder what they found in that shed. I have a suspicion it was horrifying.
Around the shed, some small areas. They took a lot of photos in the shed. The neighbors also watched through binoculars as officers came out of the house carrying several.
I think I would be one of those neighbors. Neighborhood watch all the way, binoculars out. Wouldn't you, true crimers? Wouldn't you, if you were standing there and you know that in such a small community, after 5 years and 8 months, they've caught Bridge Guy? Oh my word! And you're a neighbor. You're there on the street. You could literally, from your house, I'd probably get on the roof and be like, "Damn, what are they looking?"
I'm not missing that. Keith, I actually thought that what everyone is missing is they could be getting evidence for, but I'm not missing that. That's definitely running through my mind. Is it a fact? I don't know that because that's not being said, but that does run through my mind.
Get those drones out. I don't know if you're allowed to, but you know what I mean? I'd definitely be one of those neighbors with the binoculars out.
Man.
Bundles of cloth, dark cloth, perhaps clothing, a Macy's shopping bag, a shoebox, and a stack of books, small books.
Dark cloth. And
shout out to Joe.
Barbara said Joe? 2 pieces of dark cloth. You know, I wonder if it would be, for example, the jacket that Abby was wearing. I don't know what the other item could be, but we know that 2 articles of clothing were missing from one victim. I wonder if this was found somewhere in the shed, or, you know, buried in the flower bed or around the shed. Oh, my word. I'm pretty sure they would have found hard drives, USB drives, all the stuff with stuff on. I'm pretty sure he would be into the same kind of activities as Kegan Kline and his dad and that whole ring of people. Wow. And of course, the police have said they're keeping all options open. They're not ruling anyone out. They're not saying if someone was or was not involved. I know that.
Me too.
Now we know. Let's say it like this. Now we know that Ron Logan is not Bridge Guy. I know.
All right. So how far is Evansdale to Delphi? Anybody know?
I know that people still have their major suspicions about Ron Logan. And to that, I must say, either this guy, if he was covered in, again, trigger warning, sorry for saying graphic things, but it is, you know, I want to just say it in a true crime context. If this killer was covered in blood, because that's what the search warrant at Ron Logan's property said, that based on the victim's injuries, blood would have been on the person or the clothing, right? How did he get cleaned up and where? You know what I mean? I just worry sometimes that he went into Ron Logan's house, whether Ron Logan knew or not, or was out at the time or not, to clean up or something like that. I wonder if there's any connection to Ron Logan at all, because to choose to go onto Ron Logan's property, is that for like revenge against Ron Logan, or is Ron Logan a friend and did he know about this? Is he part of the same sort of activity ring? I don't think so, because they took so much evidence from his home and he wasn't arrested
by Sunny D.
For anything related to the Delphi murders. But I know that many people, I think including Barbara McDonald, still suspect Ron Logan. So let's see if there's any connection. Of course, as I said, Doug Carter himself said Ron Logan has not been ruled out, and they're still looking into everyone and everything and every tip. So keep the tips coming if you do have any tips, if you are from the area.
Mm-hmm. Wow. And at this point, we don't know what any of that means for the investigation. That is something that I'm sure investigators have spent the last several weeks looking for, whatever evidence perhaps led them to today. And the neighbors said that they had known him for several years, and he was basically, there was nothing special about him. He lived a quiet life with his wife and didn't have loud parties, didn't have a lot of people over. They spoke to them on occasion, but not often. And they're quite unnerved by these developments.
Yeah,
Susan?
that is.
Imagine it. Just like quiet neighbors, you know, they're just not partying much, not socializing much. And then to find out that Bridge Guy lived on your street must be so shocking. Never mind in the community. That the families have had contact with this man.
You said Grizzly struck you? I'm a member of her channel. She ain't struck me.
That Anna, Abby's mom, may have been frequenting the same bar as this guy and has sometimes spoken to him. Can you imagine the hindsight in the community now of all the times that the whole community interacted with this man? It must be so shocking. I'm going to link this entire clip in the pinned comments below, but let's check out little portions of this interview with Doug Carter and WTHR.
About what brought you to Mr. Allen?
No, I can't.
Can you talk about if he's related to Kegan Kline in any way?
Talk about any of the facts associated with the case.
Can't talk about any of the facts associated with the case. Interesting. I still wonder, is there a connection with the Klines? Did Kegan Kline snitch?
Wow.
Which would be a good thing then. Thank goodness then he did. If he was able to lead the police to this man based on what he knows, damn.
Hell yeah, Cody. What's up, John?
By no means a good person. He has so many.
Shout out to all the new members. I appreciate all the new subscribers. We hit 11K. Thank you guys so much. That means the world to me. I appreciate you guys tuning in. There's a lot of content that I'm working on right now, so be prepared for that. There is other cases, stuff we're looking into still, but I want to go over this with you guys today. If you have any videos that you think I need to see or anything, just hit exclamation point, email me the videos that you want me to watch, anything you want to pull up, you want to come up on the open panel, you have an opinion, you want to talk about this case. The link is up top right now. It is pinned. Just make sure that you're real. You got to show me that you're real, and I'll bring you up. You can speak, have respect, make sure your mic ain't echoing, and we'll be good to go.
Counts of CP charges that he's facing. Not a good person, but at least if he could lead police to this man, that would be amazing. So Duck Carter says, I can't speak about
I'll try to talk to it for you, True Crowd.
Related to this case. So that's interesting.
Emily, I can't.
The Patties confirmed to us that at one point Mr. Allen processed some photos for them at the local CVS and didn't make them pay for them. They there was a rumor out there, and they said, "Yep, that happened." Did you know that happened?
I didn't.
Oh man, I'm sure he didn't know that happened because this is now in hindsight, seeing the face of the man who is Bridge Guy. Oh my word!
You always said, I mean, gosh, in every press conference when you brought up the video and the audio, and you addressed the killer several times and said, if you're here, do we know if he was ever in any of those rooms when you talked? Are you going back and looking at video or trying to see?
We're going to do everything we can possibly do.
So when he said to the killer who may be in this room, he might not have been in that room. I wonder if he was. He was pretty close, though. Pretty close location-wise to wherever the press conferences were held throughout the years. Okay, let's see how confident Doug Carter is that this is the guy.
Are you confident this is your guy?
The judge signed the probable cause affidavit for the arrest of Richard Allen for 2 counts of murder. Yes.
Do you think there are other people involved?
I'm not going to go there.
There's still speculation out there that investigators should still continue to look, even though he's passed away, at Ron Logan, where the bodies were found.
We're going to keep doing what we've done until there's nothing left for us to do. We're going to keep doing it.
I was looking back at my old notes from I have notebooks for 5.5 years.
Love the notebooks. Love it.
So I was reading back on the time when you guys searched Mr. Logan's property, and Kim Riley, was it Kim's? And he was saying it was because some things didn't add up. Are we still looking at Mr. Logan as possibly involved?
At everything, at all of it. We're looking at all of it. We said when this happened, we were going to start all over.
So you never cleared him, Mr. Logan?
We haven't cleared anybody.
Nobody's been cleared, so not even Ron Logan.
Yeah, that's weird.
So I wonder what this investigation and the upcoming trial and everything will still reveal. As we know, this is now phase 2. I mean, phase 1 was finding Bridge Guy, finding the guy who supposedly...
So Mama D and I are supposed to be going out to... I'm pretty sure we're going to Georgia, and then we're going to Delphi. We're going to be going to Delphi, hopefully, but I got service out there. T-Mobile's got service. I will go live from the location, and when I do go to Delphi, I will be going to the trial also. So, but yeah, this week, let's see what tomorrow actually. So I'd say Thursday, I'd probably be live at Delphi by the bridge and all that stuff. I know you can't walk across it or go around that area. It's trespassing or whatever, but I want to go to the memorial, drop off some things. If you guys want anything dropped off specifically, or you want me to grab anything to drop off for you and you're not close, hit the Cash App, tell me what to get. I'll go live, take pictures, show you everything like that. We're heading out there. And I know we're supposed to head over and search for Quentin Simon and post pictures up and stuff like that too. So that's the plan. And I got to pack up my GoPro, a couple of my other cameras, and get some of my stuff ready to go for that trip. So we'll be getting some of that stuff getting done in the next couple days. I'm mad hyped for it. So it's going to be an exhausting trip, but I'm super ready for it. I'm pumped.
Murdered Abby and Libby.
I mean, I'd love to go to the trial.
He is innocent until proven guilty in a court of law.
I'm going.
So that was step 1, really. And now we get to the next step or phase of the investigation, which would be
that's crazy.
The trial, prosecution, and all that. And then figuring out if there's other people involved. Are there any connections? And how will those connections then be held accountable? What will their charges be? Will they not? Is this just one guy who fantasized about this for years and then
thank you so much, Dark Horse, for your support.
Also,
I really appreciate it.
how was he able to then, for 5 years and 8 months, not do anything else? Or did he do anything else? I would assume with a profile like someone like him, there would be, digital evidence.
No sleep.
A couple accounts of SA. I would assume
No sleep.
And we saw that he was rumored to have struggled with alcoholism. So in those stages of his life, what did he do in those states? What did he get up to? It's going to be very interesting. Of course, I don't want to make this episode too long. I just wanted to bring you some of the new details and updates and things like that, especially what they dug up in the backyard of Mr. Richard M. Allen. And we are yet to find out more. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you again soon.
Interesting video, Grizz. Thank you. Let's go to So let's check this out. This is another video. If I cash app you some money, could you pick up some flowers to place for me, please? Absolutely. Absolutely. That's what I want to do for anybody who's not close. I'm an hour and 26 minutes away from there, so that's nothing for me. An hour and 26 minutes ain't
Susan
shit.
Hendricks, a blockbuster development in the double
Georgia's
murder case
15
of two
hours,
young girls from Delphi, Indiana. Liberty German and Abigail Williams, Abby and Libby, brutally murdered in the middle of the day, a day off from school in 2017. A crime that shocked the nation, leading investigators down a winding road of evidence with the ever-present question, who killed Abby and Libby? And now we move one step closer to possibly finding the answer. The Indiana State Police announcing they have this man in custody, have charged him with 2 counts of murder. 50-year-old Richard Allen from Delphi. Here is State Police Superintendent Doug Carter.
I am proud to report to you that today, actually last Friday,
thank you, man. I appreciate
was the day. And an arrest has been made. Thanks to literally hundreds of media outlets that have been steadfast in reporting and keeping the memories of Abby and Libby front and center. Many of you in the room have developed relationships with me personally, and I always have a personal perspective, and today's no different. But from a very personal perspective, you all have provided inspiration and support, even while oftentimes frustrated with us and me. You continue to encourage the efforts, and you too believe that one day we would all be here participating and sharing this news. To the entire law enforcement community, which includes all local, state, and federal agencies, which are far too many to specifically mention today, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Certainly a stunning news conference. What was said and what was left out. We're going to break down today's major developments and many questions with our expert panel. But first, I do want to bring in Mike and Becky Patty, Libby's grandparents, who I've been lucky enough to have gotten to know through the years. It's good to see both of you. Becky, I'll start with you. We've discussed many times on maybe what this day would be like for you. What did it feel like, and was it different than what you thought?
Oh, much different. I've always told people that when we were told that they'd hear me yelling from the rooftops, and when they told us, it was really just kind of like, reality.
Wow.
It was much different than what I totally expected.
Welcome to the stream, Shelly.
Almost, Becky, like from what you've described through the years, we've been on panels together, you've handed out flyers, you've said we have to find this person. So this is moving on to, I guess, a new chapter, Becky.
Yes. Yes. I got up the next morning and got my coffee and got ready to post my today is the day, and realized that I don't have to do this anymore. So I think that's when some of reality set in, and I'm thinking, now what do I do? What is my purpose? We're finding our feet there, figuring out what it is we have to do, and I guess we're preparing for the next path we have to go down.
And Mike, you've said throughout the years, look, I don't want to get my hopes up too much in terms of certain names, persons of interest, if you will, that have been tossed around. So when you heard this, was your thought, okay, I'm not going to jump to conclusions here until I hear it?
Yeah, we definitely didn't jump to any conclusions, but I think the reality of it, like I said, is still setting in with us.
Right.
And more importantly, trying to figure out what our path forward is. I mean, and that is the prosecution of the case. And so what role do we play there? We're still big advocates, you know, in helping the investigative team out there and driving in information. Because we want to make sure that if there's anything that's out there that law enforcement doesn't know about, we want them to know about it. And especially with this arrest and this person being charged with this, if there's people out there that have anything that's ties to this with this new information and a new person, you know, there's a face with the bridge guy now and a name with the bridge guy. Please call that information in, because this could definitely jar some memories from other people who may have had interactions with him.
And as you both have heard with the prosecutor, McClellan, he has said through the years, look, what we think and what we know are two different things. And we not only have to make an arrest, we do want to make sure the person who's responsible for this does go away for a long period of time, meaning a guilty verdict. And Mike and Becky, I've seen the both of you. We've been on panels together. Just the hope you bring to other people who have gone through maybe a crime, an unsolved crime, and just what you've been able to do together in moving forward. And you've always kept Abby and Libby's memory alive. And I know this so well, and I've said to you before, Becky, this is so much more than a case. It's two young girls. And Becky, you said this year was difficult. Every year, of course, is. But the milestones, Becky, like graduating from high school, I remember you telling me about a parking spot that she was unable to get. So the wounds are deep and it's ongoing, right?
Oh, most certainly. You feel it, you live it every day. Kelsey's wedding, you know, every event, vacations. She may not be here physically, but we take her with us. We take her with us everywhere we go and whatever we do. A lot of what we do, a lot of our vacations is based around on honoring Libby.
And Mike, when you were at the press conference, I know you were briefed beforehand. What were your thoughts going through? I know that you've been great with law enforcement, always backing them and them backing you. And they thanked you immensely for this. And they said, look, the tip line's still open. And that means that, look, this is not case closed, right, Mike?
You are correct. It's not. We want to make sure that we have, you know, look under every rock and check every lead, any information that's out there. I've said this, the police don't know what they don't know. And I'm asking for, again, the public's help. And let's just keep the pressure on this, you know, keep their foot on the accelerator. Let's drive this all the way to a closure. I mean, we got another hill to climb in front of us. You know, we made it to the top of one. Now we got another one in front of us. And let's, we're here. We're not going anywhere. We're gonna make it to the top of the next hill as well.
And Becky, how is Tara doing and Anna doing? And I'm sure you lean on each other.
Yes, we all went in. We waited. We went in together. We try to do it as a united front, because that's what we are. In the end, we're all a united front. We're all in this together. We're all after one thing.
And I know that you've been working tirelessly, almost 6 years, to get the word out and saying, look, it just takes 1 minute. I know that you've talked about Libby and the Post-it notes and saying, give me 1 minute. And that's what she always said. Have you felt her through these last couple of days?
The
question is, what have you been thinking about in terms of Libby?
Well, I think that, I mean, I know Kelsey has, and I know Beck has. We all have. And the fact that, that we kind of met this goal, right? The first goal was to get somebody arrested, get the investigating team enough information so they could make the arrest. Now we just have to drive the information in to make that stick and get the prosecutor now. I mean, we're kind of switching modes. We're not only help law enforcement, but now we're going to make sure we help the prosecutor. But and knowing that, I think Libby knows now that we're down here working hard, and I'm sure she's looking down on us and knowing how hard that we've put a lot of effort, the last 5.5 years into this, and I'm sure she's smiling on us.
And I feel that too. Mike and Becky, thank you so much. It's just been such an honor to get to know you both, and I know the strength has to continue, and we're thinking about you constantly. Thank you. Still to come, Indiana State Police Superintendent Doug Carter reiterating many times this is still an active, ongoing investigation. We are not done, stating that. He joins me after a quick break.
I'm glad that justice will be served, hopefully, and that's what the news is. But a part of me will always have died with them that day, and a part of me will never fully find peace and justice.
Nothing will ever be the same in Delphi, Indiana. Welcome back. We just heard from Mike and Becky Patty, the grandparents of Libby, who have been working with law enforcement. At the center of this investigation is Indiana State Police Superintendent Doug Carter. Superintendent, it is good to have you on. It's great to see you. I know you have worked with the family. You have worked tirelessly to get this solved. But you say it's not a day to celebrate just yet, even though someone is in custody.
Yeah, Susan, I appreciate you taking the time to talk with me. And I would also like to recognize Becky and Mike and Kelsey and Anna. I heard part of that interview a little while ago, and I just love them dearly. And I'm so proud of them, the way in which they're handling this.
And you said that while you were driving in to make this announcement that everyone has been waiting for, someone in custody, that you felt a sense of peace come over you. When I heard that, I thought that's really profound.
I didn't expect that to happen. I didn't really know what I would feel, but quite frankly, I pulled in that parking lot and I saw news outlets from around the country. And I just thought to myself, my gosh, they've stuck with us for all these years. And I realized that today was a somber day, but today was a good day. It was very peaceful.
And I was there at the press conference, April 22nd, 2019, and you said we've changed direction. We believe that you're local. We believe that you've been hiding in plain sight. And it appears that you are right. I know you can't talk about particulars of the investigation, but wow, were you dead on there?
Well, again, I'll look forward to telling the country the story by presenting the facts to what we know versus what we think. And I say that all the time. And then when one day I'll be able to talk about my personal feelings about that. But today's a good day for the city of Delphi and for the county and literally for the state and the nation. But I really hope that after today, people start healing just a bit, start trusting again, and not worrying about every single thing like they've done up to this point. That's been very hurtful to see that happen. That's for us to worry about, not for our citizens, but it's certainly something that we couldn't prevent.
And you have said over the past 5.5, almost 6 years, been on this, it said, look, we're watching you. We will get you in terms of who is responsible for this. Also, telling those out there, look, their social media. We know that you're interested. Don't post side by sides. I mean, this has gotten national, international attention, as you have mentioned.
Right. Exactly.
It has, and it's been an extraordinary journey, quite frankly. And I think there's just a very small percentage of people that have tried to do this for a nefarious way, or maybe in a nefarious way for nefarious reasons, maybe for self-motivation or self-gratification, whatever that might be. Mm-hmm. But the vast majority of people that did that were trying to do the right thing. And I really do believe that. So it's been a partnership with so many different people, and lifelong relationships have been established.
And something that stood out to me that you did say at that presser is you believe that good outweighs evil. Do you still believe that?
Obviously.
I do. Very personally, before my dad died, he made me promise not to become cynical like him. And I was proud to report to him in 2018 that I'm not. And I'm still to this day, I'm not. I really do believe after all these years in this business and seeing such horror and tragedy, and the list was on and on and on, that good always, always comes through evil. And today's an example of that.
And I was holding on to that. I still am, because when you see and you think about what Libby did, the bravery that you have spoken of, and hitting record on her cell phone, getting the voice guys down the hill, you've seen much more than the public is privy to. Also, that man, as we're looking at right now, his image and walking on the bridge, there was an outcry of, come on, get this guy. So you've been able to kind of keep us in the know, and also, right, as you mentioned, try to keep yourself above the fray and stay positive too. You're human, as we all know.
I am. It's really important. I've got a great seat on the bus, Susan, to watch such incredible people give of themselves for so many years. And I don't want anybody to think that this is all because of me. It's not even close to that. But I'm the luckiest guy in the world to be able to represent them. But what we can't do is, again, talk about what we think. We must talk about what we know. And now that charges have been filed against Alan, the days of us talking about what we have are over.
Right.
And everything changes now. But I don't blame people for being frustrated. I don't blame them for wanting to know answers to their questions. But every time I get those kinds of questions, I think of Mike and Becky and Kelsey and Anna and the community. And I'm not about to jeopardize the integrity of this by meeting a news cycle deadline or whatever that might be. Yeah. But I want to maintain this partnership with our news outlets, and they have been wonderful. They really, really, really have.
Sounds easy to do, not to go with what you think, but what you know. It is a difficult task, as we have seen. Superintendent Doug Carter, thank you.
It's a pleasure. Good to be with you. Thanks.
I want to bring in now Paul Holes, former cold case investigator, host of HLN's Real Life Nightmare, behind the arrest of the Golden State Killer. Paul, we've been on a panel together speaking with the family. You've met them. What were your thoughts when watching that presser?
Well, obviously this is an amazing moment in this case. It's been a long time coming. I think, kudos needs to go to Superintendent Carter, Indiana State Police, Carroll County Sheriff's Office for staying on top of it. Listening to Superintendent Carter, he obviously has a personal connection with the family, with Libby and Abby. So, this, I completely understand the emotions he's going through. I'm going to tell them, this is, even though this is a good moment in the case, in many ways, it's just the beginning. I've experienced that with the Golden State Killer. The trial's coming up. There's going to be a lot of challenges for him, his staff, and the family moving forward.
Yeah, there is so many questions in terms of what led to this guy.
Yeah, I'm going to go if it's open.
Was your initial thought, this has got to be DNA?
No, not necessarily. Most certainly DNA is a possibility if they reassessed evidence and found DNA that maybe was undiscovered before. Then utilizing modern technology like genealogy could have led to this Allen. He doesn't have any criminal history that would have him up in the FBI's CODA system. So they would have had to either resort to genealogy or have public tips come in, and then they were able to compare the DNA directly to him. There may be a situation where public tips did come in and they went and confronted him. He made incriminating statements. Maybe he confessed. We don't know that at this point. There's also the possibility that maybe there was a reservoir of digital data that had been undiscovered. And going back to it, they go, oh, here's a guy that is in the location on the day at the time that the victims were there. So at this point, we just don't know. But there's multiple possibilities of how they could have come across Allen.
Yeah, we don't know because it is sealed at this point. Paul, a lot more to discuss. I know you're going to stick around. Coming up, the big question that came out of that press conference after the charges were announced. Is Richard Allen the killer? Did he work alone? What led, as I just discussed, to his arrest? We're going to talk about it and much more with our expert panel.
is really important.
Right, Cheney Johnson?
While I know you are all expecting final details today concerning this arrest, today is not that day. Today is not that day. This investigation is far from complete, and we will not jeopardize its integrity by releasing or discussing documents or information before the appropriate time.
Family members, the community have been waiting for the day to come, hoping for an arrest in the double murder of 2 young girls in 2017. It has been an unanswered question for close to 6 years. Who killed Abby and Libby? As police announced murder charges for Delphi, Indiana resident Richard Allen, it seemed that day had come. But is this really it? Do police believe he is the killer? And if so, did he work alone? There are so many questions about Allen's arrest that remain unanswered. Police continue to ask for tips from the public, and they say more tips now. They're still coming in. Are they looking for someone else in this case? My panel is with me, expert panel. I want to start with former cold case investigator Paul Holes. Paul, do you think that they have their suspect, Richard Allen? Could he be the one and only person they're looking for, and they're keeping this open because, hey, they want to solidify what will happen in the trial?
Well, that's entirely possible. You have to consider that they developed probable cause for an arrest warrant that was reviewed by a prosecutor, reviewed by a judge. The prosecutor decided to charge, based on the information, 2 counts of murder.
Exactly. That's a good question.
And the prosecutor is not looking at this as doesn't meet the standard of probable cause. The prosecutor is going, can I convince a jury of 12 that it is beyond reasonable doubt? Now, they're doing the right thing by holding back details on this case as they continue to flesh out this case. This case is so high profile, the last thing they want is media members going into the community with specific details on this case and starting to conduct interviews, and thereby contaminating a witness pool. Now, I know my assessment on this case, I believe there's a lone offender, but I can't eliminate the possibility that maybe there's an accessory, maybe there's a second person present, and that's part of what the ongoing investigation is about.
Now, I do want to go to HLN investigative producers, Barbara McDonald, Drew Iden. You both have followed this case, as have we, from the start. You were in the room today when they made that announcement. So what was your reaction when we finally heard, yes, someone is in custody? Not only are they in custody, they're from Delphi.
You know, Susan, I think one of the words that comes to mind is relief. And I especially think that is a feeling that was palpable from the folks here in town. And, you know, it's interesting because for 6 years, these folks in this town have been trying to prepare themselves for the knowledge that an arrest, A, was going to come, and B, could very well be someone local. And I still think that 6 years of preparing for that did not prepare them. And it's interesting to talk to folks around town. And so, you know, we talked to Cynthia Rossi, who we've talked to her throughout the podcast, Denise. And Denise, and Denise's daughter Cynthia was friends with Abby and Libby, and she talked about kind of learning about this arrest. Here's what she had to say.
When I started to piece together and I saw his picture, and I had just talked to him a week before, I felt disgusted. I thought I was going to throw up. It was horrifying.
Right, exactly.
And how close he lives to my house. All his neighbors that are good friends of mine. He was a dog sitter for one of my good friends. They had no idea. There's like a handful of stores in Delphi. He works at CVS. Everybody goes to CVS.
So, you know, you can hear the trauma in her voice, and I think that it's important to remember there was obviously a trauma associated with this crime, and now there's a trauma for the acceptance that there's an arrest. And so I think this town is really doing the best that they can to learn that they now are taking kind of a left turn, and this is moving into a new phase.
And Barb, what was it like being in the room there in the aftermath of what you heard?
Susan, you know, one of the things I noticed was that this press conference was not a celebration, even though they're announcing an arrest, something people have been waiting for. Superintendent Carter said himself during the press conference, this is not a day to celebrate. I kind of expected more fanfare at this when we got to this point, and it wasn't there. But I do understand they need to be very cautious. They need to be very measured with their words, because we are entering another phase of this that's just as important as the first. Now they have to prove their case.
And you both bring up excellent points in terms of what they thought they would feel and how they actually feel there. And it's just such a shift. I want to bring in Steve Moore, law enforcement analyst. Steve, all the information that led to this arrest, it is sealed. Were you surprised by that?
Not at all. I mean, that's the one thing you would want to do immediately when you have a case that has so much specific evidence. There's a concept called culpable knowledge, and culpable knowledge means that there is information that is known only to the killer and the police. Say, in this case, hypothetically, he was eating a candy bar at some point and dropped a wrapper on the ground, say a Milky Way bar. Only the killer and the police would know that. So if you brought out the entire set of warrants, if you brought out all the information and told everybody this, you could not use his knowledge that the candy bar wrapper was there and that it was a Milky Way, absent it being published in the Indianapolis Star or something. That's information that only he has. And that becomes very powerful information in court.
Steve, what's the strategy of announcing this on Friday and then waiting until Monday to make the announcement?
That is, I've seen people put people in on Friday just to get them off the street before a Monday arraignment. But why they didn't, I think basically you want your ducks in a row before you make statements to the press. And they probably wanted him off the street sooner. Obviously wanted him off the street sooner than later. So you put him in, and then you spend the weekend deciding, what are we going to keep sealed? What are we going to tell people? Plus, you have probably a lot of family members to discuss, to communicate with, and to notify. You don't want them finding out from a press conference that their niece or their nephew or their aunt is the one. That's right. You don't want to find out that.
Right. There's so much to consider, considering all of the attention, so much to talk about with this expert panel. More after the break. Welcome back. We do want to let you know that we've put together a brand new episode of our podcast, Down the Hill, the Delphi Murders. Barbara McDonald, Drew Iden, and Dan Simitovich have just finished recording it. Head to your favorite podcast platform to download to get the latest information. Finally, an arrest and charges in the murders of Abigail Williams and Liberty German, just 13 and 14 years old, Abby and Libby, two teenage girls from Delphi, Indiana. Welcome, I want to bring in our panel of experts. I want to get to Joey Jackson, attorney, HLN legal analyst. Joey, we keep hearing protecting the integrity of the investigation. So the probable cause document, that is sealed. Is that common?
Yeah, Susan, good evening to you. The bottom line here is that you want to seal that document because there's sensitive information and you don't want to impair the investigation. It's not common in as much as we see in a generalized prosecution, which lacks this public interest and is not unique like this one is. Generally, someone gets arrested, a probable cause document is provided, and we would all know and be able to examine and evaluate the evidence that's there. Just backing up briefly, probable cause is an important, thing to know, because we all wanted to know at the press conference today, Susan, what is the information specifically? You took items from the house. What specific items were there? What evidentiary value do they have? Is there forensic analysis or other things? We don't know that, but I get and understand why they did it very briefly. Why? Because you don't want to impair the rights of the defendant also. You can't condemn him. At this point, yes, he's arrested, but there's a far cry from an arrest to an actual conviction. That information will ultimately be challenged by defense attorneys. If it holds up, he'll be convicted by a jury. If it doesn't, that's another matter.
Yeah, excellent point,
Good
Casey
morning,
Jordan,
PJ.
attorney,
Thank you for
criminologist,
coming by.
HLN contributor. When you hear about the arrest, Richard Allen, and you think about it, 50 years old now, if he is guilty, mid-40s at the time, does someone just decide one day to do this brutal attack, brutal murder of 2 young girls? Could he have done something like this in the past? Will they look into it?
Isn't that right?
Oh, they're definitely looking into it. Now, let's just kind of regroup because there is so much that we don't know. But let's assume that the murderer did not really plan it.
Smash that like
button. Probably
yeah.
had a very rich fantasy life and had been thinking about doing terrible things like this to young girls for quite a while. But on that day, in broad daylight, in a public setting, this would have been an act of impulsivity, most likely. And afterwards, I've interviewed many killers who say in the days afterwards, they are full of panic. They are convinced everyone's going to know. They're expecting the police to come around the corner at any time and arrest them. But when that doesn't happen, they calm down and then they just play the routine role. Now, if he moved out of town, what would he tell his wife? If he quit his good job at CVS, how would that look to the neighbors, the people that he's dog sitting for? His best routine was to act like nothing was going on, keep the job, keep the house, keep the wife, don't do anything radical. And it worked for him for 5 years. So like everybody else, I'm really interested in knowing what exact evidence they have that led to this arrest, because he has been hiding in plain sight the entire time.
Exactly. The FBI case posted a flyer asking for the public's help, posted it in many locations, including the CVS store where Richard Allen worked day in and day out, saw it all the time. He is, of course, presumed innocent. But what are your thoughts on the fact that he stayed there in Delphi, as you mentioned?
Well, think about what would have happened if he went into the pharmacy to work and he saw the poster that the FBI put up, I think on the door. I think it was probably posted right over his shoulder in the pharmacy area. What would you think if your coworker is taking that down, especially given how the community has really, really rallied around this investigation? I mean, how would that look if you take the flyer down? If you say, hey, I want to transfer to a CVS in a whole different state. Mostly the fact that we know he lives in that house with his wife. What do you tell your spouse about why you suddenly want to up and leave, why you're taking flyers down? That would be consciousness of guilt. So it had to be unnerving for him to have those flyers all around with a sketch that looks almost exactly like him. But all he had to do was play it cool, lay low, just go through his regular routine. Don't take flyers down. And again, he wasn't on anyone's radar that I know of other than the police.
Absolutely not. Very brazen. Jim Casares, HLN correspondent. So let's say go sit in the next stage, as we heard from Superintendent Doug Carter, that we are going into that stage. And considering the jury pool, Delphi being less than 3,000 people. And also I want to discuss murder in terms of first degree, second degree. There's just murder in the state of Indiana. Loaded question. But first, are you able to find a jury when it goes to trial?
You know, I think that's an important question. And I think that may be one reason why they did the extraordinary thing, I believe, in sealing the charging document. The probable cause affidavit, it is routinely sealed because it has so much information in it.
Hey, T-REV, how are ya?
Of course, maybe
I'm good. How about you?
I'm good. Guess what I found?
What'd you find?
That reading that I did, and I call it. It's 8 months old, and it literally says that he's a chemist in a lab.
Oh, wow. So basically...
Yeah, I got the link for you. Where do I put it?
What's the name of the video? I'll play it right after this one, because this is...
Okay, hold on. I'll look it up while you do your thing.
Yeah, you could put it in private chat on the side. I don't know if you could do that. I mean, I know you could do that, but you got to get the link and then just post it in private chat on StreamYard, and I'll play it.
How about I just message it to you?
Yeah, you could do that too.
Yeah, that'll be easiest. Okay, I'll do that. You play your video, dear.
Okay.
But it's normally the name, date of birth, and the statute of the crime that they are being charged with. You don't get a lot of information usually in this, but they, I am sure, want this case tried in Delphi. This is their case, their community. They don't want to have to go to another part of Indiana. So they want the evidence in a pristine form, and they don't want, as someone else said, they don't want potential witnesses really to the point where they're not going to give credible testimony because so much information is out.
Absolutely. And I know, June, you've covered cases like this for years or similar. Have you ever seen an investigation where law enforcement makes the families wait 3 full days before announcing information to the press? Nothing in this case has seemed, quote unquote, normal.
I know. It's so true what you're saying. You know, on the one hand, it's so wonderful that they care about the victims' families and they go to them and they talk to them, because more and more you're seeing in some respects that law enforcement doesn't consider the victims anymore. They just start doing what they want to do. That's what I've seen evolve in the last several decades. So I think it's wonderful in that sense. And yes, the public had to wait to hear this until now, but at least the families knew. They're most important of all.
Absolutely. I do want to thank everyone on our expert panel. So do appreciate your expertise on this. Still to come, investigators spent hours at the home of Richard Allen.
Yeah, he worked at CBS. He was a
We're
farm.
going to dive into the exclusive photos taken outside with our investigative producer just ahead.
Isn't that right, Libby?
I went back. Yeah, I put it in your text. I went back and I watched it. Right. Hold on. Yeah, my mic. Okay. I watched it and I got halfway through it and I was floored. I'm like, oh, that totally built my confidence right back up because it's straight on. And it gets detailed. I don't know what the other half of it is, but it only gets more detailed as it goes. But that's a link in your text.
Okay, I'll check it. I'm going to check it right after this one. For sure.
This guy, it just breaks my heart. So many families are affected by this. And I feel bad for his family and his friends. But I'm glad justice is going to be served, I hope.
Getting input from the town of Delphi, Indiana, less than 3,000 residents hoping for this day. Investigators were outside of the home of suspect Richard Allen in mid-October. They were there for many hours, and we have exclusive photos only on HLN taken outside of his home that day. Want to go back to Delphi. HLN investigative producer Barbara McDonald. Barbara, walk us through these photos and what we're seeing.
That's right, Susan. I was able to speak with some of the neighbors of Richard Allen. They've lived near him for several years. They were familiar with him, but didn't know him well. But on Thursday, October 13th, they noticed a lot of activity outside his house, a lot of cars that appeared to them to be unmarked law enforcement vehicles, a lot of men not in law enforcement uniforms, but in suits and khaki pants, all arriving at the house just before noon. They asked Richard and his wife to exit the home and to remain outside of the home throughout the day. They weren't allowed back into the home until around 11 p.m. that night. During that time, Richard stood outside. His wife sat in a van. He stood outside that van for several hours. One of the photos shows that we've exclusively obtained. Another photo shows him sitting in the van with his wife with the passenger door open for another several hours. At some point, as it was starting to get dark out, these neighbors noticed that the Carroll County Sheriff's Chief Deputy Tony Liggett arrived. He had a piece of paper with him. He showed it to Richard Allen. And at that point, a tow truck arrived and started taking the car away, one of the cars away, not the one he'd been sitting in, but a car that the neighbors recognized as one that he routinely used. And they began a search inside the house and also in the yard using some sort of a device, perhaps like a metal detector or something like that, to search a flower bed and also an area around a shed. They did dig around the shed, some small areas. They took a lot of photos in the shed. The neighbors also watched through binoculars as officers came out of the house carrying several bundles of cloth, dark cloth, perhaps clothing, a Macy's shopping bag, a shoebox, and a stack of books, small books.
Wow.
And at this point, we don't know what any of that means for the investigation. That is something that I'm sure investigators have spent the last several weeks looking for, whatever evidence perhaps led them to today. And the neighbors said that they had known him for several years, and he was basically, there was nothing special about him. He lived a quiet life with his wife and didn't have loud parties, didn't have a lot of people over. They spoke to them on occasion, but not often. And they're quite unnerved by these developments.
Yeah, that is what is so baffling. And you were able, as you mentioned, to speak to the neighbors and get those pictures. And the neighbors through binoculars thinking, who is this? We didn't even know our neighbor. And you mentioned that.
Yeah, sorry to hear that, forensic astrologer.
Yes. And that's right. And they said that, you know, they'd never in their lives ever seen that type of activity in their neighborhood or anywhere else that they've ever lived. It was a lot of vehicles, perhaps 8 to 12 vehicles they saw. One of them did appear to be a crime scene type white utility van. And it took 12 hours all told, many of those hours seemingly waiting for a search warrant.
Wow. Barbara McDonald, thank you for those photos and speaking to the neighbor. Casey, quickly here, what does that tell you? The neighbors had no idea.
Well, again, hiding in plain sight. Again, it's the roots to the community that can be the best disguise when somebody is guilty of a crime. We see this all the time, particularly with serialists, people who commit a number of crimes. And by definition, when somebody commits a number of crimes like this, they're successful in it. They keep getting away with it by just looking normal, going through their normal routine. You can be very sure that the police are going to consider that perhaps he has done this sort of crime in the past. And maybe that is what this investigation into his house is about. Remember, we don't know if he took souvenirs from Abby and Libby. We don't know exactly what they're looking for, but it would seem that what they found there is responsible for his arrest on Friday.
Well said. I'd like to thank our entire panel tonight for their expertise. I know we all are thinking about the family and hoping for justice for Abby and Libby. Thanks so much for being with us. Good night.
All right, so let's see here. I got the text. Let me look at it here. It is. Let me go here.
You'll need to jump to about 10 minutes because I'm doing like the channel updates and it's like 8 months old about our membership stuff. But I start to read it about 10 minutes in.
Okay, I'm gonna get it right here. So you put Delphi murders. I'm gonna pop it up right now. Let's see. What's up, everybody in chat? What up, UFC Frog? It says that they deal with chemicals. It says that from what I just researched, Nicole, it says that pharmacists deal with chemicals. From what I just found. Williams and Liberty German. I'm gonna pop it up just like this.
Yeah, the pharmacists are dealing with chemicals every day because the drugs are chemicals themselves. I was a med tech. Well, I still am for the state of Wisconsin, and everything that I've given any resident is a chemical in pill form.
Right. 11. Let's see. Okay, here it is right here. 8 months ago. So this is a video from Mama D 8 months ago. Let's hop into this video.
So
here.
when would that be? Okay, so we're in October. We're in the 10th month. So like February.
Yeah, a while ago. You said skip over the memory.
on my 7th take.
Yeah, just jump to 10 minutes or you're going to listen to me ramble about everything that went on in my day.
Okay, we'll do that. We'll go to 10 minutes flat.
Thank you. We'll take that. Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
Yeah, that's a good place.
Showing me what
I respect your opinion, Nicole.
Day. So the emperor there was a message, messenger of Earth, an actual 3D message, could be electronical. Then he sent someone younger ahead. He used this fake energy. You can tell he's young, you know, he used a younger energy. This little Earth page, very young. And this was the plan, 2 of Earth, to close the cycle for the world.
Do they deal with chemicals?
I mean, can't even make it up. That's what's in the news. We have the Emperor. That's the assailant. 3 of Swords means. Oh, and by the way, I honestly feel very strongly that this person that did this to the girls is a fire sign and has Aries strongly, if not they're ascending.
All right. Can you?
Okay, Aries.
Yeah, I'll pop her channel in chat. I got you.
You'll know them because they're arrogant. 3 Swords. That is meaning destruction, betrayal of the heart, stabbing through the heart. Messenger of Earth. It says it right on the card. I can't make it up. This Emperor sent a message, and this page delivered it. So someone younger delivered it somehow, which was about a plan. And it was on the World Wide Web, such as Snapchat, Facebook, something like that. Can't make it up.
Certified piece of shit. Yeah, absolutely.
We'll leave the Emperor right there. Thank you. Thank you so much, Livy. Okay, let's continue. I'm being told she wants me to shuffle the deck. Okay. Oh, okay. It had to do with romance, she said. Had to do with romance. It was a trick. We know that, obviously. Go ahead, share your story, lovely. What happened?
Yeah.
So this message was sent. I want to know more about that younger. Yes, the message was sent. Ace of Fire. It was flirting. It was an offer to meet. It was an offer to meet. And I have Queen of Pentacle, which is about money.
If you pay attention to the read, you guys, like Livy, you'll understand there's 2 energies in this reading.
Money.
There's an Emperor and there's a Page.
Money. What is this money about?
Give the read a chance, please.
A sword.
Mm-hmm.
Total betrayal.
Open mind.
So, okay, wait. Back it up. Okay. All right, so this is what I'm getting. This Emperor, right, put out a message about money. That's the Earth. Put out a message about money. And this Page of Earth, okay, was someone younger that was in on this and helped with the message and put the plan out there on the web for the world to see somehow.
Like Keegan Klein.
All right.
Exactly.
They saw that as an opportunity.
It's Mama D.
To pick up some money. Because I have the Queen of Pentacles. This is money, stability. They wanted that money, but it was blood money. It was blood money, 10 of Swords. It was total betrayal. Oh.
Forensic, it was done 8 months ago, I believe at the end of February of 2022.
Share more, please. Manipulation. It was an illusion.
Yes, Libby. Yes.
They fell for the illusion. He works in a cleanup area. It looks like Bridge Guy. Kinda to me. It's weird the hood is up because I heard that one of the girls' hoods was up. This person has major power.
Absolutely, Bonnie.
I need to understand what kind of power. Electrical? I don't know. Let me understand this magician better, please. Please show me. 9 of water. 9 of cups. Which can mean, this card means wish fulfillment, but it also can mean inebriation. It means cups overflowing. 9 of them. 9 cups. So the illusion was everything you wanted. I just heard the song. The devil went down to Georgia. He was looking for a soul to steal.
Hey, stop it for a minute, if you will, please.
I don't know.
Can you pause it? Okay.
Yeah. You're good to go.
Okay, you just heard me say, I just heard the song, The Devil Went Down to Georgia. Now, this is the day I'm replaying it, 8 months later, and I'm focused on my way down, and so are you, to where?
Hold up, I had my
Georgia.
mic. Yep.
Is that not crazy?
Yeah, that is crazy.
Like 8 months ago, I'm doing that read, and I say, I just heard the song, The Devil Went Down to Georgia. He was looking for a soul to steal. And then I say, I don't know what that's about. Is that not crazy? Wow. And I'm playing it today, and we have that missing baby. Okay, sorry about that. Just had to bring that up. That's crazy.
Fine. You're fine. Typing something in chat.
All the rest of the words. High Priestess. The one that knoweth does not speaketh. Queen of Fire. Queen of Wands.
Now this part makes me wonder if that's not actually his wife's energy and she knows.
So is there a Queen of Wands that knows something? A Queen of Fire?
High Priestess says she watched you do this
or
live.
Did your intuition go off that something was wrong? Hermit, home. Intuition. Okay, so Libby's telling me her Queen of Fire intuition went off. Like she knew something was wrong with this situation, with this magician and these 9 cups. Because Hermit's intuition and so is High Priestess. Okay, so she knows she's been tricked. Something is going off. In this case, she is the Queen of Fire with intuition. About this magician, this illusionist.
Let's see, worship group.
Oh, I get a bad feel. Like Satan. Satanist people, whatever. Ugh. Okay. I get sick to my stomach. Okay. Clear that energy, angels. I acknowledge I accepted that, and I ask it to be removed, and thank you. Who it passed. Okay. Starting to, anyway. Okay. Ace of Water. And 8 of air. Oh my God. 8 of air. Mental imprisonment because of loving each other. They were both hostage to the other. One would not leave the other. We know that. She's explaining the story. It was mental imprisonment. Show me why I'm seeing feathers, please. Show me why.
Pay close attention, because I was imagining in my head feathers, and listen to what it leads to.
Well, she's feathers, higher commitment, higher learning. This person may work at a college of science or work in chemicals. A lab. I heard lab. They work maybe in a lab. And they were watching this girls. They were watching.
And they were watching. Pause it for just a minute, T-REV. They work in a lab and they're watching the girls. And then we find out that he was responsible for developing the photographs of the family all those years. So he was seeing the photos and it's saying he was watching the girls. So that to me was like, yep, I get it now.
Yeah, you got to be the forensic astrologer. You know, I'm open to watching all types of videos when it comes to it. There may be some I agree with, there may be some I don't agree with, but that doesn't mean I'm gonna hate and bash on somebody's channel or, you know, pick somebody to pieces or, you know, because I'm a very spiritual person. So I don't know. Some people don't agree with things, some people don't. Like pharmacists, they deal with chemicals all day. They said he was a certified farm tech. You said he was a certified farm tech. Well, that's what I seen. A certified farm tech. I have to look that part up.
I think he developed photos in the pharmacy or something like that. Forensic astrologer, were you asking? Oh, no, Face a Giant. When was this reading done? This was done 8 months ago at the end of February or the beginning of March. It's timestamped by YouTube.
I don't like to bash nobody. I don't care whose channel, who's what, who's anything. Everybody is open to do their own work. Everybody has their own body of work that they do. I do not bash anybody. Even if I don't agree with it, I respect everybody's opinion. I respect everybody's work. And until I don't, that's it.
Well, the fact that he's a pharmacy technician, and I'm naming out of all the things I could have said that he works in a lab. And the previous reading, I said he's a healer of some kind, because my question had been in the previous reading, was he a hunter? And it came up healer. And I was like, what? So this told me he worked in a lab. So I think that's pretty good. I mean, it could have been he was a truck driver and all that.
I seen that he was that he worked in the pharmacy. That's what I seen. I thought on the news.
Yep, but also like our local pharmacy, believe it or not, does our photographs too.
Oh, okay.
Don't ask me. Don't ask me.
No, that very well may be the case too, that they go over and work with photos and stuff like that also. I don't know if I ever seen that. I never paid attention to that. I'm gonna have to pay attention when I go to CVS and stuff now. Let's go.
Yeah, like up until about 10 years ago, you would literally go get your prescription, grab your photos.
Right.
They were stalking her. Why? Why were you stalking her? What did you want from Libby? What did you want from Libby? Libby, what did he want? Communication. Fast. He wanted her innocence. Look at that panda. Panda means something. Black and white. What does that black and white mean? Thank you.
Right there could have been black and white photos. I don't know.
Please start at 0. The countdown starts again. The countdown starts again. Did I hear that right?
So that means we start over. That's what Superintendent Dave Carter said, is that now we start the whole case over now that we got him. So I find that part interesting too, that the countdown starts again.
Of a dark side, and they block a lot.
I agree with this reading. Her innocence.
My lovelies, let's go ahead. Get the deck ready. Thank you, Libby. Okay. Show me this.
I mean, come on now, Anthony. That's common sense, bro. You know you are gonna bash and smash someone in a battle. Yeah, of course. I battle rap. That's a whole. That's not true crime though.
10 swords, love. Show me. Let me show your story. That 10 swords in the back was because she was defending Abby. You can see the sticks all pointed at one person. She was defending Abby is why she got the brunt of it. She was defending Abby.
You see that comment? The Shaq, the movie Carter mentioned, is about a man who wanted revenge for something that happened to his daughter. Huh. That's interesting. What do you think about that, Mama D? Because he always mentioned that.
Yeah, and Kelsey mentioned the Shaq too. She actually brought it up herself. I don't know. I've wanted to read that book a little bit, but I do feel like it goes into some dark territory I don't think I'm emotionally ready to dive into. I mean, the loss of your own child, it can make you snap, you know?
Oh my God, absolutely. Maybe it's hi Tammy, hi Bex, hi everybody that just came in. Nah, I know Anthony. I know you were just fucking around. I'm not I'm not tripping. Magical Love, what's up? Bonnie, welcome to the stream. If you guys just came in, we're playing Mama D's reading on the Delphi murders of Abigail Williams in Liberty German. This is this video was made 8 months ago. She's doing a reading. She does very good readings. I personally love her readings. She does good work, and I've seen some stuff match up, and it really does. Like, I don't know, she's dealing with chemicals. You know what I mean? Like,
but he works in a lab.
If he's working, he's definitely dealing with chemicals. That's my opinion. I mean, if you work in the pharmacy, you deal with chemicals. If you're giving out shots and shit like that, you know what I mean? Like, if you're dealing with chemicals.
Well, and I say lab too, and he's a lab technician. So, I mean, I don't think I could get much closer to that. Out of all the billions of things I could come up with, what does a killer do for a living? And I've got, well, he works with chemicals. He works in a lab. I think that's as pretty close as I'm going to ever get.
Right. Pharmacy tech counts the pills. That's it. But he's still touching chemicals. And every pill that we take, what is in it? Chemicals.
Exactly.
That's the truth, though. It's really facts. You put your hands on that shit all day long. If you're counting up pills, what are pills made out of? Chemicals.
No, Bex, I do not think this is his first time killing at all. In fact, I think he's connected. This killer, I did later readings on this energy, and I feel like this killer had killed prior to the girls.
Can you read about farm tech job allowed? T-REV. Can I read about it? Yeah, I will after this. We'll get right into it. We'll look at that. We'll look up the definition and pull it up and everything. We'll get all into it if you want to.
Clarity. Show me clarity. Keep me together. Thank you. Strengthen me. Allow me to do this.
Oh, no problem, Allie.
I appreciate it.
Ooh.
She got a new beginning.
Mama D, there's a wonderful question. I don't mean to keep pausing, but PJ Barker asked a really good question. She said, are you going to do a reading on him?
I do think it will be something we need to do, but I did a preliminary reading on him, and it shows he's not the only one. He's one of, but it shows in the reading that he only killed one girl.
I feel
and
like
that was recorded live.
Location, what if could you do a reading at the location when we go?
Why do you think we're going, T-REV? Dude, I know. I packed just to go to Delphi, or should we pack? Because I'm looking at our trip. I'm going, well, hell, we go that far. We could go another 6 hours, and we're at Tennessee. And we could do that read. And then we go another 6 hours, and we're at Deb Collier. And then we could also, we could jump in and actually be boots on the ground searching. I don't want anything to do with the circus out there on that main road.
Yeah, that shit is some circusy shit.
Yeah, I'm so over that. It's like I can't watch it.
Me too.
I ain't having nothing to do with it.
That's how I felt. I'm like, man, this shit's turning into a circus act. They're sitting out in front of this house like this. They search the land. They're out here searching the landfill. Put your boots on the ground. Look around. Put some posters up. Do some shit.
I see this as a little baby still in a diaper, and I want to know where the hell that baby is. I could care less about what Billy, whoever, or Lilani, whatever they say. I don't care. There's nothing being done proper right now that finds that child that I'm aware of. And so I printed the posters. I've got them ready. I'm packing later tonight. And basically, we're just going to kind of fly by the seat of our pants, see how far our money goes. If it takes us far enough, we'll get boots on the ground over there. But I do think kidding the cases along the way and just taking a minute to, catch our breath and start out the next day, see where we're going. I think that's let God guide us a little bit on trying to find some answers. But yeah, I want to do a reading right there at Delphi, absolutely, on Richard Allen and on the girls individually, and just kind of capture the moment and give the girls the respect they deserve.
Absolutely. I'm with you on that too, Allie. This is interesting though. Just want to be clear on the job definition before we get down to the wrong understanding rabbit hole. And I absolutely agree with that too. All right, let's keep it going.
That's what she wants to tell us. She found a new beginning. She took a leap of faith. It had to do with money.
I see you, brother.
6 of Pentacles. Somebody had left money somewhere. It could be like you read that geocache, because this is all Pentacles, which is money. And the Knight of Pentacles left it there in a trail. And he was waiting for the horse to come to the water.
Hello, Stephen.
Could have something to do with a horse.
Hey, Gregory.
Show me the wisdom in this, Libby. Thank you. Show me more. Death. It led to the death. The breadcrumbs led directly to the death. But there was a rebirth. We must remember there's always a rebirth. Show me the healing, please. I have a side pain like on my right going from across my ribs. Ace of Cups. It's learning self-love. There's a rebirth. This magician, this master manipulator illusionist, how can we find him? Okay, how can we catch him? 3 energies. He's done it to another set or other victims. He wants recognition. There's a connection to another victim. I have the 3 of Cups. I ask, how can we find, him? And 3 of Cups, stage, recognition. And then 3 of Air. He's done this before with another victim. He also might work at a place where he has to do talks, lectures, host seminars, something with lab, chemicals, something like that. 5 of Wands, struggling. There was a lot of confusion, and there were 5 energies total. So there was 2 girls, and there were 3 other energies. Am I correct? There were 3 killers. Queen of Cups, the seer, yes. There were 3 energies. There were 3 energies because I have 5 of Wands, all strife. The seer card came up with the Wheel of Fortune, yes. There were 5. Okay, so why these 3? Why these 3 energies? Explain this. Explain these 3 energies, please.
Recognition now behind bars. Right, Bexy's getting the right recognition.
Did this?
In fucking jail.
Recognition. The star. What is it about the star?
Data Funk, this reading was 8 months ago, brother.
It was a star shape in the symbolism. Something about praying with stars. The star, recognition. Yeah. 3 of them did this. 3 swords, 3 swords, 3 cups. They wanted recognition. I hate this picture. This heart is ripped in 2 places, straight down.
Hell yeah, Eric. That's what's up, man. I'll check it out. Email me the
girl's
video.
In anguish. I can't handle that picture very long. Not in this case, okay?
Welcome, Benjamin. If you just came in, everybody smash the like button.
There's a tattoo. What is it? Crossing swords. Crossing swords. Blocked. Page of Wands.
Bless ya. Here we go.
There's a younger one. A very young one. Show me this third party, please. Show me the third party to the crime. Page of Cup. Stinky offer. Third party to the crime was the one in communication.
See, to me, I think that means that's Keegan Klein.
So you think this Keegan Klein is connected?
I think Richard was grooming Keegan Klein. So I think there'll be a connection somehow between Richard and Keegan Klein.
Well, something led them. If on this one thing, I don't know if you were just here, Mama D, when I read the information that I found on Grizzly's channel. So there's some interesting information that was on Grizzly's channel that she was able to find out. October 12th, they searched Mr. Allen's property. He did not go into custody until the 26th, and then he wasn't formally charged with with the murders until the 28th. So they were at his property on October 12th.
It's almost 2 weeks prior.
Exactly. So what did they do? You know,
they found something.
They dug in the garden. They dug in his garden. That was listed on Grizzly's channel too. And
that's so weird because I have the reading where I try to do Ron Logan's reading. I get off to even slapping the table. I'm like, there is something buried and it's in a small box. And I go into detail. So I'll have to rewatch that. That's still on there. It's about Ron Logan. But it'll be weird to find out if there's a knife and a hoodie, part of the hoodie in that box that they found. Because allegedly they've got that box that they dug out of his garden. I'm like, are you kidding me? But I haven't got that far on the read and they haven't released what was in the box.
Did you okay? So on what I read earlier, they were walking out the shed, and this is from neighbors of Richard Allen. They walked out the shed with boxes of stuff.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
it might even be mentioned in the rest of this read. I'm not sure. I haven't viewed the rest of this read. I stopped after I heard me say about the lab because I'm like, damn, there it is.
Well, thank you guys for the super stickers, by the way. I appreciate you, Steffi Marshall and Benjamin. I appreciate you, Benjamin Crocker. Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys for your support. It means the world. And let's keep moving on here. Thank you.
It's like commitment to higher learning.
Thank you, Steffi.
And using the web to break a heart, to put 10 swords in the back of betrayal. And then he starts over every 8 years. Okay, that creeped me out. All right, let's go into introspection. This may be a very long read, y'all. I don't know. I'm trying here. But I go at Libby's pace, you know?
Okay. Would be interesting to see how much time was passed, if there was 8 months or something like that, or 8 weeks or something between the Flora murders and this Delphi girls.
Right.
The page drove the vehicle. So the page drove the vehicle. The young one drove the vehicle. Huh. Another tattoo in this picture, and it's Sagittarius. And it's Gemini energy. And it's a decision, a choice.
Oh, wow.
A decision about the vehicle by the page. Something about the vehicle and the page. What are you sharing about this page, the choice, and the vehicle, please? 9 of Wands, defensive. Was he the getaway driver and didn't do anything? Was there a getaway driver? Strength. Yep, he was a lookout. He was the protector. He stayed in the car and was the protector.
And this stuff, man.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Ben.
3 of Pentacles. This is definitely 3 energies that did this. They worked together.
Oh snap! KK was
8 of
said
Air.
he was in a Jeep.
Let me understand this nightmare, mental imprisonment. What's going on, lovelies? This person is the king shit in their town.
Oh wow!
And I think with the 4 of Wands, they're very religious, and I think they're powerful in their religious ways. Four of Wands, holding up a tent. Did they come into town for the fair? Do they come into the town every year for the fair? Are they a carny that has some sick, twisted ways? I don't know. I'm getting seriously that this is somebody who's got money. Knight of Swords.
Oh, thank you, Joe. I appreciate you.
They were rash, too.
Thank you for your support, Bubba.
That's what they felt about the girls. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so Knight of Swords, they felt like the girls were chasing the evil, the money.
Wow.
What? I don't even understand. Libby, please help. Please show me what we're going to get out of this, please. How can we help you? How can we help you, Libby? I am so thoroughly confused by this.
Thank you, Eric Daniels. I appreciate you, brother.
Just give me justice.
Thank you, everyone in here, by the way. Smash that like button.
I love that when I asked her how we could help her, the justice card came out.
So when you said how you could help her, the justice card, that's what we, oh, wow. That's, there's a lot of shit. So somebody said something about a Jeep too.
Yeah, from this read, what I'm getting out of it is that the younger energy was in control of the vehicle, whereas the older energy is actually committing the act of murder on one girl. And I can't quite yet determine the other girl. So the only one I'm picking up on in this reading is Libby.
Did you also see the interviews? I seen something earlier before I got on here. There was interviews, right? And the people in the town that knew him, they were always saying, or they said in their interviews that he would always say, you know, be careful, keep an eye on your kids. I seen a few interviews like that with people that knew Richard Allen, which was very weird statements that I heard come out of they're not weird from them, but on his end would be weird. You know what I mean? Like, watch your kids, be safe. And that he was that type of guy. Like, he was so he was a wolves in sheep clothing, you know? He was, that's what the hell he was.
Well, and the card I showed you, so you got to really pay attention to tarot, is the girl, Libby, with the lighter hair, is actually sitting next to the lion, which would technically eat the girl. So it's a lion. It's like a facade, and the whole reading starts off with the master manipulator that has all the tools of the trade. But one thing that really caught me is in this reading, in all of it, it shows already we have 2 energies, if not 3. So it'll be interesting as we go forward, because they say nobody has been cleared yet, even though he's arrested, and they're still looking for tips. So they don't feel like they have all of it, if you will. And so I think this reading will be rewatched later in the future when we have more arrests, and I think it'll come with that justice card.
Absolutely. All right, here we go. Let's get back to it.
How can I be of service?
Oh, you're welcome, Benjamin. That was my pleasure.
Empress. Spread awareness. Let's give birth to the world of knowledge. I will, lovely. I will continue to be the voice. I'm going to bawl. Gosh. Liberty, can you help us get a clue? What? There comes. And she knows what I was going to ask. 3 of Wands. It was planned very thoroughly. Seeds were planted. This place was picked.
That could be the geocache.
The girls were watched.
Oh, wow.
And they were going to win against the girls at all cost.
I got it.
Can you give me a clue?
Oh, wow, PJ, really?
One of the killers.
I'll have to watch it again.
Looks like. What do they look like to you? How would you describe them, Libby? Single.
I'm 32, brother. You can learn.
And they may work around nature and cleaning up nature, chemicals. They're single. What else? What do they do for a living? They're
See, I might be getting both energies.
Well, I know he's getting a divorce. They're getting a divorce, him and his wife.
How do they have money, hon? How do they have money?
I would hope so.
Get their money. Could be family money. I have the 10 of Pentacles, the everything. The house, the home, the picket fence, the dog, cat.
That shows he's married with a family right there.
Off of families. Off of families?
Yep, he had a daughter, a wife.
I don't understand. Qualify the 10 of Pentacles. 7 of Cups. Confusion. Options.
I'll decide that my old lady is for
mixing cups. They do something, y'all, in a lab probably.
See, I'm saying they mix cups. What do you call counting pills?
Something to a church, like
right?
Yep.
Yes, liar, cheater, thief. They do something like activities at a church, activity director, something. I'm going to switch gears real quick. I'm going to grab threads of fate. I want to understand this. I have a weird feeling I'm getting a name, and I want to make sure. I'm going to think the name. You tell me if I'm right. Trust. And what's this one? The Sovereign. Trust. The Sovereign. I'm going to take it. I am getting the name John or Thomas or John Thomas. John. There could have been a Thomas. A John or a Thomas. Am I right? Give me a different card. Arcanium deck, not used yet. Let's cut the deck.
Oh, God.
Am I right? Is this a John and a Thomas? Is there a John? Oh, my God. 7 of Wands. Defensive. And my card bent.
Yeah, it was
defensive.
a nice house.
Is that a yes? I don't even know. King of Pentacles makes the decision. Is he a loan official? Is it to do with chemicals at all? Is it to do with chemicals? Really? 9 of Wands. Protection. He's got protection.
Yes, Libby.
Protecting how far you've come. Defensive of the father figure.
This is a very good and
making
accurate
a decision.
reading. It says Hunter's Moons. Thank you, honey.
Show me what this person does for a living, please. Queen of Swords. They may have something to do with law. They may have something to do with justice. I about said it all tonight. There's just no way.
Wasn't he an ex-police officer?
Let me just show me.
That was a rumor, but I never could fact back that.
Yeah, me either. But
it's a rumor.
It
but
does come up in the reading with the Emperor starting the reading off. It makes me think he has legal background.
That was a rumor, but I never heard that come out the police's mouth. But I don't think they would say, "Hey, he was law enforcement." They would speak on what he was doing at the time when they captured him, and or whatever. He could. It's very possible. I mean, he was a certified farm tech, so.
Show me what you can, baby. Just show me what you can, and then we're gonna call it good. I know. I'm exhausted too. The Emperor, he's got the power. I keep seeing Egyptian. I keep seeing Pharaoh. I keep seeing biblical. I keep getting religion. I keep getting that this guy thinks that he is like the phoenix from the ashes. Like he is the one that is. He doesn't want me to say it. Okay. 6 of Pentacles to the Empress.
Makes me wonder if he drugged the girls, because I got that too in my other readings, that they were heavily sedated when they were killed.
It is a payout.
Wow.
To his Empress. Wow. That's Emperor and Empress, y'all. That is divine counterparts with a payout in between, giving to 2. Who is the Empress? Is it Libby? Or is this person different? Show me the energy of the Empress, please. Who does this killer see as the Empress? He gave her the tower because of a plan. And it was a trick. The magician. Keep getting the same story. Yep. There it is. 8 of Swords. Put him in a mental prison. Okay. I wish I could tell you different, but different deck. What are we on? 3rd deck? 4th deck? 10 of Pentacles. The home life. No. No. Really? Libby is explaining to me it had something to do with her home life, and this person was getting revenge.
Wow, this is amazing.
On something to do with her home life. Yes, the Hermit, the home, the Knight of Pentacles, and 6 of Swords. Moving to common ground. Something to do with, could it? Okay.
High Priestess.
Wow.
High Priestess says, this is an amazing read. Honestly, you have my respect, Mama D. That's from High Priestess.
Thank you, High Priestess, very much. I'm real. I'm just a mom, and I've been in this place my whole life. Like, I just started doing this about 2 years ago on YouTube, but I've always been in this stuff. But this reading is blowing me away right now because I know so much about the case now, and I'm watching a reading I haven't done in 8 months, and I'm like, oh my God, I know what that means now. I know what that means, and I'm learning from it, because then the next time I do a read and I start seeing the Emperor again, I have a much better understanding of how this person understands that they believe they are in control of their world at all times, and I get a better understanding anyway.
I don't know why I have a feeling he's involved with other murders.
Oh, I definitely feel it. In this read, it even confirmed it.
I really do feel like he was involved with other murders. And it will show if it will show if he has left DNA behind, because now they got his DNA. So it would match in database over time, even if it was in different counties, they would have to do a search in different states. Because he could travel.
There's an FBI CODIS. So it's actually it's a FBI CODIS, and it's in every state. And so anytime anybody's DNA is registered in one state, it goes into the national data bank if they're convicted. So if he gets convicted, not just charged, but convicted, It will go in. And once that goes in, it could tell us a lot more.
Absolutely. Let's see.
What did it have to do with the home life, please? The Page of Pentacle, divine alignment.
See, the page keeps coming up, and I think that's Keegan.
So Livy says, so could it have been the father being involved with drugs and one girl was targeted for it, like has been speculated in the past? Could that be where the revenge is coming in?
Well, it could be. We'll find out more as time goes. But, when you've got somebody dealing where they have access to pharmaceuticals, right? And then you look at a history of drug use by other family members, there could definitely be some sort of under the table payout going on, and maybe it didn't get paid out.
Shit, that's crazy. Let's see. I'm gonna log in again, so I'll be right back. Let's make sure you were still here. Much love and respect. In my opinion, you don't unalive two girls and have never done this before. I honestly believe this may clear up a few cases. I hope, if there is, I hope it does.
Be safe, Forensic.
Yeah.
What? This young one.
Thank you, Forensic Astrologer. You have a good day.
Was planting the seeds for the older guy.
I think that's the geo message right there. The younger guy is planting the seeds for the older guy. I think that's the geocache.
Physically related to either of these girls. I asked the question. Talking to someone else now, y'all. Left out in the cold, King of Swords, the truth. Is there a family member that got excommunicated from this family?
See, if I'm just saying, if Derek or Cody was somehow, if speculation only, were somehow getting drugs from this dude and didn't pay their debt, would the dude go off?
That's possible.
What does that mean? Left out in the cold, show me, abandoned.
It's actually motivated.
Yep. They were left out in the cold by the family, it's saying, which everybody thought was a closed cycle, but it left this person in a nightmare.
Right, Corinne?
Is this revenge?
Good question.
Was this done out of revenge? Archangel Michael, temperance, divine guidance, the delay.
What's up, Chris Gamble?
Because of these burdens.
Delayed burdens.
About this money.
Okay. About money.
And a king facing
There's Marie.
off
I see
all
you.
court cards. The King of Cups, the Queen of Wands.
Hello.
Hi.
I don't know.
Yeah.
One more. Deck 4.
Could be Eric.
Hold on, Gretch. I'll finish this read, baby. Can you get up there? She can't get in her chair, so I may have to help her again. She got down, I think, to eat. Or something. Just a minute, baby. Oh, she can't do it, y'all. Just give me a minute. Come on, baby. I'll help. I'm her little elevator. Okay, up we'll go. Right.
Was Logan on probation?
All right, y'all. I don't understand this Queen of Pentacles. It's about money. And all right, I'm just going to ask.
Livy, I worked in a place like that, my dear, and I assure you they can. I never did. But it only takes one person to sign off that the pills were destroyed when they weren't. You got to remember, this is happening years ago, not now after the pandemic. And back then, it took 2 people to witness that the pills were being destroyed. If one person was in cahoots with the other, they could get rid of any narcotic and just say it was destroyed.
Who does the shots like at the pharmacies? Who does the shots?
Well, usually you need a nurse.
Because like when they administer them at the CVS by where I'm at, it's usually the main dude in the white jacket. It's usually that main dude. I don't know if he's the farm tech or whatever, but he administers all the shots. Flu, the stupid COVID shots that I'll never put in my body, all that shit.
Can I said that you something that struck me when you said about chemicals, obviously like in when you're prescribing, you're not just working with pills, you're working with fluids.
Right.
You can buy things like peroxide. There's all sorts of things that are fluid based. And I was wondering about, is he knowledgeable about forensics, cleaning up? You know, like, because he said the crime scene wasn't so, you know, like there wasn't a lot of DNA. But then again, at his home, I'm wondering if he knew about forensics and he used chemicals as well, you know, as part of cleaning up. I just don't know. But it makes sense to me, you know, with the pharmacy tech.
I agree. I think it's really interesting that the very first cards that I got on what he did was I said he does a very clean job, and I had no way of knowing that. But yeah, if you work in a lab, you very much know how to wear gloves and be appropriate with your hair and not to contaminate. And you're very aware of cross-contamination. And that's what it would take to keep a crime scene clean, is to be automatically aware of you're contaminating anything. So having any sort of medical background definitely encourages this person. Yeah.
Do you know something else that struck me? And this might sound stupid, but it just came into my head that there was talk of cat hair. So if he's got a cat, and obviously you can't control cat hair because it gets on you. I've got a cat. Could the box be the cat? I mean, I'm just like, I was thinking you would bury a cat in a box in your back garden and they would have to dig it up to get the cat hair. I just don't know.
Yeah. Did you see the I don't know if you were in here when I read the thing that Grizzly found, but they were the neighbor's account that they dug in the garden and pulled out some stuff from the garden.
Yeah, I was watching that. Yeah.
And then they were taking boxes of stuff out the shed.
Yeah.
So I mean, neighbors are gonna look. They're gonna be nosy.
Yeah.
8 months ago, I came up with this box, so I'm pretty sure that it's going to be a lot worse than a cat in the box because, and it's recorded and you can watch it. I go over and over when I do the Ron Logan read. I freak out about this box, and in the box has a knife. And this box that I'm thinking of 8 months ago, I go on and on about how it could be a piece of clothing, that it's dark clothing. Well, then you see these guys carrying out clothes, dark clothes. So I think in the box is just my opinion. Could be a cat, but in my personal opinion, from what I'm seeing, I keep getting that is the knife. There's more than one, but this is the one he used.
What if there's as well, when you said black and white, it made me think of films of like footage or something. And I did hear that it could have been filmed. That was another.
Yeah, I get a very distinct feeling that this man watched these girls, Libby, prior to the murder, and then he continued to watch these girls after the murder, which is gruesome to think of, but it's possible that he has some film of the actual event, like you're saying.
That would be insane. Yeah, let's finish this. We're close. Let's see.
To either Libby or Abigail. Ace of Wands, yes. Knight of Coins, yes. The Lovers. 10 of Wands, the burden again.
Thank you, Gonzo. Okay.
Were you left out of the family, denied family some way? Was the killer denied family in some way?
Oh, no problem, Bex.
Yes. Mental imprisonment because of it. Felt left out of the family? How so? Why did you hurt these girls, please? I've switched, y'all. I'm talking to somebody through Archangel Michael right now. Strength, Archangel Michael's protection. Wish fulfillment about this princess. Were you a family friend?
That feels right to me.
Swords in your head, nightmare. Why about this decision that they made, this regretful decision? Somebody reject you from the family? Yes. Rejection from the family. I don't even know. I do not understand this reading, y'all. I am so sorry. I wish I could give you my take. I don't even understand this. There is something here. I don't know what this all is. Show me what's going on, please, with some blessing cards, and we're going to close this off. Half the cards flew out. Lightning, power. This person has power. I'm telling you. Green man, synergy. They work in a place with chemicals, in a lab, and they deal with nature, like a cleanup something. Rebirth, spring equinox. Maybe in the spring we'll learn something. There's DNA. Maybe in the spring they're going to come up with some DNA, because that came out right on top of rebirth. And it's like something rebirths in the case through the power of the divine. And we get that DNA comes up with karma.
Bam.
So, karma.
It wasn't the spring, but still it did rebirth, and it has given life to the case.
Oh, yeah.
Fairies, earth magic, I did. All right, so that's what I feel is going to come up. We're going to get some DNA evidence, and it should come up in the spring some point here. That's going to lead us to something that tells us a lot about this karmic situation. I do believe it's family related. I don't think the family is aware of it. I don't think they realize this is the connection, but somewhere along the line, I feel like this person felt rejection by the family and then took it out on Liberty. That's what my take is. I also feel like they could work in a lab. They could be very religious. They may do something with nature. They may do something with chemicals. I see chemicals all over the place. I see a lab coat. I see lectures going on.
I see a lab coat. I mean, for real, you guys. I could have been like, he's a hunter out in the woods.
Yeah.
No, I'm like, he's a lab coat.
You can easily get chemicals off the internet. You don't have to steal them from work, but you can be working with them and you can buy them. So chemicals can come in different areas, can't it? You know, you can purchase it or you can be working with it. So someone said about mental imprisonment, when you mentioned mental imprisonment, and it came to me when Doug Carter said you may have a little bit of a conscience left. So it may be that he's sadistic and everything. We know that if he is the killer, he's sadistic. But
Robert Allen checked him.
Conscience.
he checked himself into a psych ward
Yeah.
after killing the girls. So I think that's what I was picking up on.
Yeah. So he's
the
got
mental
a bit
imprisonment was literal imprisonment,
right.
checking yourself in.
But I can see that, like you said, I think you said a lot of kill, or was it on a video? A lot of killers feel afterwards that they're being looked at, they're being scrutinized, and then when they're not picked up, they settle down. So yeah, it's some kind of crisis that he had afterwards that made it that he ended up in a mental institution.
Right. I said Robert. I meant Richard. Sorry, Allie. Thank you.
Yeah, Richard. Let's see.
I feel like he's in the chemical area, though. Like he does something with the environment. I'm just not going to keep going on, y'all. You heard me. I love you. I hope. I pray for resolution for both families of these two beautiful girls, of Abigail Williams and Liberty German. If I've ever said Liberty Justice, it's because Liberty said, she says justice a lot. She wants justice for her family. She's a fighter. She's a tough girl. And she's also healed. She's healed completely. And she wants healing for her family. And she's working here with y'all. She tried her very best. I did my very best. It's not that easy. But I hope we offered something that brings resolution to the case. If this felt like it was a good investment of your time, I humbly ask you.
And that's all of it.
Like button. I love you to the moon and back. God.
Right.
Thank you so much, T-REV, for playing that for us.
Oh yeah, no problem. Anybody wants to go like that, check out Mama D's channel. There her channel is. That's that video. And yeah, it was good work. Just covering Trev. And you
I don't do any witchcraft whatsoever. I'm a spiritual person, but I only work with angels, and I do not do witchcraft, just so you guys know. Jesus is my savior.
Okay, so you don't do witchcraft.
Nope.
Yeah. Let's see. What else have we got here? All right, let's get over to this here. So, does anybody have any questions in chat? Anybody have any questions in chat? Drop your questions. Chemicals could mean illegal drugs, man-made drugs. Using chemicals is what I'm trying to say. If you know, you know, not the kind from CVS. You mean like what? Chloroform? What do you mean? Liv? It's so sad how scared the girls must have been to have the fortitude to get him on the camera phone. Right? It is. It really is. I'm glad they did, though. I'm glad they got that's, you know, she thought to pull her phone out, and you know, it's so sad, but I'm glad that they got I'm glad that, like Doug Carter said yesterday, we got the charges on him. I'll take you back to the video that I want to show you what was said in here, because I had it up a minute ago.
Welcome back to another episode.
All right, so right here on Grizzlies, right here, if you read right here, it says on Thursday, October 13th, 2022, law enforcement swarmed Richard Allen's house and conducted a 12-hour search of his home, including his backyard. They dug in his flower beds and took photos of his shed, bringing out 2 pieces of dark clothing, a shoebox, a Macy's bag, and a stack of books, from what observers could see. Superintendent Doug Carter has said that he is confident they have the right man, that he is the bridge guy, and that they have not ruled anyone else out yet who may have also in some way had involvement in the murders of Abby Williams and Libby German. Libby and Abby were murdered on February 13th, 2017, after crossing the, what is the name of that bridge? Monon? The Monon?
Yeah,
the Monon. the Monon High Bridge and uploading photos to Snapchat at 2:13 p.m. Their bodies were found the next day on Ron Logan's property, 1,400 feet from his house. For 5 years and 8 months, investigators have worked hard to identify the man who Libby recorded on her phone, known by all who have followed the case by the bridge guy. Now we have a name and a face for him, and he is being held without bond on 2 counts of murder, with a trial expected to start on March 20th, 2023. So that was posted by Grizzly, and she usually does really good with her videos. And she usually, I don't think she would put out that misinformation. I'm sure she found that somewhere. But that's pretty interesting that, you know, they were at his house swarming it on October 13th, and then he didn't go into custody until the 26th.
Imagine how his family felt. They must have had so many questions. And if I was his wife, I'd be saying, what the hell are the police doing here? What the fuck have you done? You know, I would be on him, and I'd probably throw him out.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, it is weird that that is crazy though that they were at his residence on Thursday of October 13th, and then they came back and arrested him on the 26th.
Yeah,
and then murder charges on the 28th. You know what I mean? That is interesting to me, which means what could it be?
Yeah,
you know,
DNA. I think
DNA. It could be DNA. It could
like
be
the reading said. It could be, it's something that they found in that evidence.
They found the clothing, if they found the knife, no matter how much you clean a knife up, there's still going to be traces, I think, of
DNA.
If it's a wooden handle, you know, there's always some left. Clothing's so difficult. Souvenirs, could have been that.
I'm just saying, with no bond, that strong, like Data just said, which is good. I'm glad he brought that up. Exactly. They have enough then, which I would think they found something. One, they had something that belongs to those girls.
Yeah,
like that clothing, the stuff that was missing off of them. They definitely have something.
Yeah, I agree.
Now, could he try to say, oh, well, you know, this person was my friend, they could have came here and put this here and did this and that. Who knows?
I think the only thing you can do is plead insanity, or that's the only, I think that he's pled not guilty. He could go down the route, well, Luca was having a breakdown. I was in the mental hospital or whatever, you know, just after. And he could plead mental insanity.
You guys check out what David Clayton just said. That is so important.
Okay, let's get down to that Cody thing. Glad someone that gets it. I tried. I'm tired. I got tired of trying to explain. Point was, nothing is coming from CVS from a pharmacy tech. Half of them don't even have to do the training. Huh.
If the police had released the full video of Bridge Guy, his wife would have recognized him. Something stinks. So my question is, don't you think the wife had to know something when there's all these pictures all over the place that look like her husband? I mean, I'm telling you, I'd kind of be like, honey, why weren't you available on that day? And you look kind of like the guy that killed those girls, according to the drawing.
He's right under the nose. He looks like him.
Wonder if tapped his phone in house while there, scared him to see who he talked to. That's a good assessment, PJ Barker. That
computer
on the 13th. You know, they were there on the 13th and they didn't arrest him till the 26th.
Computer evidence.
Yep.
And like, if he did film it, if he has anything, it's all there. It's watchable. They could have found him filming another, a part of the murder or something. I know it's awful to say.
They said True Crime with Sunshine says the neighbors said they were focused on the burn pit in the backyard. Okay, David Clayton.
I wonder if he tried to burn stuff of Libby's, it would have been Kelsey's jacket that Abby was wearing. and that jacket is gone. That jacket's not accounted for. So maybe he kept the jacket and then burned it.
Do you mean burned it recently or at the time?
Maybe he panicked. He felt like when Keegan got busted, he should start getting rid of some evidence or something. I don't know.
Interesting.
I think there'll be computer records leading back to Keegan Clan, definitely, because he's been the focus of this for so long. Maybe he's given up.
David Clayton says if police had released the full video of the bridge man, his wife would have recognized him. Something stinks. Huh.
Yeah.
That's good. That's a good
But
one.
if there was more footage and there were clearer pictures, then surely the police would have given us a clearer picture of him.
Right. That's what I was thinking.
They're not going to hold back a clearer picture, are they?
Exactly. Yeah, they'll never hold it clear. They're going to get the clearest that they can possibly give you.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
The other question, the other thing kind of that had me stuck a little bit was, so for the longest time, Keegan and his dad, Tony, were supposed to be in Las Vegas. It's come out now that they weren't, and the proof was that the FBI actually went down to the Delphi gas station, and it was the day of the murder. Allegedly, Tony and Keegan Kline were getting gas, and they were caught on camera, and allegedly, rumor has it that the FBI got the footage, but they accidentally corrupted the actual original footage and lost the proof that Keegan was that close to the girls right in Delphi.
Best thing he could do is take it to trial. One more thing, Mama D, how do you know that RA was in a mental facility? I couldn't find anything on it. HIPAA should keep that info from the public. So what I'm asking is this factual info?
I picked it up on another YouTube channel that had done their research, but I can't vouch for them. I can't even remember who said it, but it was said on a numerous of ones, but it could be false. It could be false because if one YouTuber says it, sometimes we all say it. I'm just being honest. It gets around, and then we find out. You know what I'm saying?
I heard it before you said that. I've heard of it, but multiple people came in my chat and said that shit, and then I seen it on one video. But I also said, "Where's the facts to back that up?"
The facts for me, and this isn't facts for non-believers, but the facts for me was that 8 months ago, my reading was showing that after this event, he was in this mental imprisonment, and I kept getting it. So it makes perfect sense that, for me, that he would have went literally into an imprisonment, and it happened to be a mental facility. It just fits so nice. It makes so much sense that I tend to lean towards that being true, but I don't have anything factual to gift to you.
Right. Okay, at least you're being honest. I mean, it's not DNA too quick for DNA. They found something. Says Anthony. Data Funk says Indiana hasn't executed anyone in 29 years, and they can't get the drug to kill them. And they can't get the drug to kill them.
I'm sure they can.
I mean, if they they have the death penalty here in Indiana. I know that, but
you can still opt for the electric chair, I believe. If people have done that.
Oh yeah. Beck says BTK's wife never knew. She could have been in denial. Something definitely stinks. Steven says, I'm sure he had to burn clothes. They said it was gruesome. Maybe looking for jewelry. Like I said yesterday, snuff films pay big money on the dark web. He hooked up with Keegan to sell it. I see that. I've seen a lot of people say what Chris is saying. They didn't release the full video.
That would fit the reading too. That actually would fit the reading, that you have this deal, this contract with this little page, and that it's being, watched. Could be the film. There's a lot that would lead me to say my reading would concur with the idea that this was literally filmed to make money, and it could be that the girls were lured in, just like the cops originally kind of put out there with the Snapchat idea. And Keegan being behind that, he's the page the whole way with the vehicle. And now you look at it 8 months later, we're hearing about Keegan with this red Jeep. Well, if you look back on that card, that vehicle is bright red when I say this page seems to be in charge of the getaway vehicle.
Cody says they didn't release the full video because there was stuff they didn't want out there that only the killer would know, like a gun was used to threaten the girls. True Crime with Sunshine says, in my opinion, we only got 45 seconds because of the rest of the content of the video. Have they released it all now? No, they got everything sealed right now. They can't release it for a reason. There is more footage. Cody says the wife should have recognized him with the video and the audio that's out right now. Libby says there's more audio.
And if you go back in this particular read, you see the high priestess come up with the queen of fire. And I said at the time, live today, I said, I wonder now if that's not actually the wife and she knows it all. Because the high priestess is someone that knows it all, that doesn't say anything.
Right.
And it came up with the magician, the one that has all the tools, which means that's what they're digging up, the tools.
Yeah, that's a fair assessment. They would probably obtain any camera footage from the neighbors to see what they mean, to see what he might have been doing in the yard. Yeah, that's actually a good assessment right there, Gregory. I wonder if the neighbors had cameras and shit like that. I mean, from 5 years ago, they wouldn't have footage, but from recently, if he was burning shit and doing shit like that, yeah, absolutely. He probably got word they were coming. Maybe neighbors seen weird activity and reported it. Says Hunter's Moon. Steffi says she should have known by his clothes. I know all Ben's clothes, especially especially the I try throwing away. Oh, I got you. Beck says the audio of him on that ski ride video sounds just like him on the bridge video. Yep. That's what I thought. Same tone. That's what I thought. He was just speaking, one, his adrenaline was pumping, and the other one, he was relaxed on it.
Yeah.
Yes, there's more
Creepy.
audio. Creepy as hell. I wonder. Bismo says, I wonder what RA's signature was at the crime scene. I did hear something on another channel. What is it? Or, what it was, but not sure if it's true.
Oh,
okay. So
wonder what was said.
Yeah, but she said not sure if it's true, though. So, I mean, that's speculation. Hearsay and pure speculation. Thanks for answering honestly, says Livy. I think she's talking to Mama D. All entertainment. I think she said hearsay, pure speculation. Thanks for answering honestly.
Yeah, it is all hearsay. I always start out my videos nowadays with I don't always, but often there's no evidence in what I say. And not to call any authorities and be like, some YouTuber that does tarot told me this. Don't do that. What my thing is, and is it's becoming more and more clear for people too, is I do a reading that, like, for instance, you can research deeper into. It'll give you intuition hits. You can understand it better. So when I did a reading on Brian Laundrie after his death, alleged anyway, I said that there was going to be evidence found by an Olivia, and I didn't know who Olivia was. I didn't know where I was getting the name, and it was like a week later that Olivia, Chronicles of Olivia, I think, found the Mary Piglet cup that was actually Gabby's that Brian had taken there. So it's kind of like it gives you a hint. It gives you an insight of what's to come. But, it can surprise the hell out of you sometimes what it really means. So the whole thing, when I go back and I just look at the reading itself, it's got cups all over the place, and it's got temperance. Yep. And what are you doing? You're counting chemicals. You're putting pills in a cup, pills in a cup, pills in a cup. Yeah. And so since this 8 months has gone by, I've done a lot of different readings. I've learned, especially very strongly that when you get the 9 of Cups, it can often mean, when you're doing true crime readings, it can mean drugs, because it means inebriation as well as wish fulfillment. It means a state of bliss.
Yeah.
So it can mean drugs.
Yeah, because they're issuing drugs every single day to people. I mean, people go and get on a day here. They go and get methadone. They go and, like drugs like that, Suboxone, whatever addiction they have. You go to the pharmacy, you've issued it. And like I said, it gives you that state of, what did you say? Bliss.
Kristen says, don't forget about Ron Logan. The girls were found on his property. I believe he played some role in all this. I believe he was involved in some way, some connection, possibly to R.A., which is Richard Allen. Thank you, Mama D, Livy says. Steffi.
Thank you guys a lot. I appreciate your time. I appreciate that you guys shared all of this.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Steffi Marshall, she says, I thought they used something close to antifreeze. Huh. We'll bring Nug back, old smoky chair. Yep, burn them down. High Priestess says, nah, they can get it. They gonna have to pay a lot for it, though. Not in every state, I'm guessing Emily's saying. Florida doesn't have the electric chair. Huh. Simple solution for Richard Allen: death penalty by wood chipper, feet first. He needs to feel the pain. Yeah. Yeah, I'd be glad to push him up in that thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me do it. I'll sleep great that night too. Full 8 hours.
I think he should be whipped daily and not allowed to die. I'm sorry.
Let him heal up and come back in and beat on the wounds.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. That wasn't right.
No,
I don't wish harm to another individual. I know the universe is going to tear this person up, and I don't want no part of that. So I'll let the universe hand it to him. It's going to be bad.
I'll be the universe for everybody and put a fucking gun right on the back of his head and put him out of his misery immediately. Fuck him. He killed 2 little girls. He deserved it. I mean, whatever. Put a gun to the back of his head, blow his brains out, and fuck it, save our tax dollars.
I truly believe that if they don't.
What were you saying, Mama D?
I said if they don't put him in protective custody when they put him in prison, he won't make it overnight, I don't think.
No.
Oh, yeah, no.
That would save our taxpayers some money, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, if they know for a fact that he's done it, I feel like they need to bring back the, firing squad shit. They need to. I'm sick of this shit. Maybe it'll scare some people, Like last night, famous rapper got shot in the back of the head playing dice.
I read that.
Yep, the guy from the Migos, he got shot in the back of the head. He got murdered at a party, which is pretty in Houston. Killer's still on the run.
Love you, Stephen A.
I just hope somebody makes him the bitch.
Bex, BTK had everyone.
I agree, Joe. I agree with you, Joe. I think he needs to suffer for a long time. I think he needs to go through some pain on this time frame and allow like some silence. Like he could go into, in my opinion, the truth of it. The best solution would be to put him in solitary confinement the rest of his days on this planet and just let him work it out with the divine before he gets there.
I know. Oh, you know what? Grizzly had
welcome back to another episode.
On her channel. She did a great thing here. I'm a member on there, so I see she did literally she put a video out, Delphi case file enhanced audio press conferences and interviews. It's like a 3-hour and 40-minute video of everything from start to finish.
Wow.
Oh yeah. It's interesting too. I didn't watch it.
She's incredible. She's really got her heart in the right place. I really love Grizzly.
Yeah, I'm a member of her channel. I became a member not too long ago because of the stuff she found on with the Debbie case, and that's when I got into her channel personally.
I've been watching her since she started in the Gabby case when she had like 3,000 subs, and now look at her. You know, I've been so proud of her. She deserves every bit of recognition she gets. She puts in, from, T-REV, from the creator standpoint, for what she does, she puts in an immense amount of time and effort behind the scenes for all of her grizzlies that very few are ever going to understand how much heart it takes to do that. That's incredible.
Yeah, that's crazy. Reward money most likely had someone talk, right? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Maybe the wife said, "Fuck it, he did it. Let me get 300. Let me get that 300,000." Because they didn't. Because when Doug was asked yesterday about the reward money, he said, "I can't speak on that." So I mean, if you can't speak on that, then I mean, if it was true that I guess either or he can't say because it would be giving it up regardless. But I don't know. That's a good. I don't know. That's a good question. Google rocks. Yeah, Google does rock, huh? They got Ron Logan to say down the hill on a news report. Sounds exactly like the bridge guy. Says David Clayton. Huh. What I heard on another one. Let's see.
We don't really even know if down the hill was captured coming off the bridge, do we?
This video.
I mean, nobody was there. We don't know how far into it, do we?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure when he had said down the hill.
I think
but
it was. I mean, that could be at 2:00 in the morning for all we know, right?
Exactly. It could be. Absolutely. Love you, Mama D. Everybody, love you, Mama D. Let's see. Thank all you guys.
I love you guys. I love you guys.
We appreciate Steffi coming through.
I should jump off here and get to packing.
Right?
I got to get the car loaded. So, give me a call later, and we'll set up the time and everything. I'm gonna leave.
I got my appointment tomorrow, and then after that, I'm good to go.
What time are you thinking that you'll be free?
Shit, they set my appointment for fucking late in the afternoon. Unfortunately, like
okay, so if I don't
leave 5:30, my appointment is tomorrow.
Oh, that's crazy. Okay, so it's about 6 hours, 6.5 for me. So if I leave at noon, and then we leave out from your place the next morning, we got it.
Oh,
we go right to Delphi bright and early, and then we go from there.
Absolutely.
All right, I better go get some groceries in my house if I'm gonna depart. Otherwise, people are gonna have a search party for me to make sure I buy food.
Right?
All right. Hey, peace out to everybody. Thank you so incredibly much for humoring me. I appreciate it so much, and I send a lot of love to every one of you.
Yeah, thank you so much for coming up, and I will give you a call here in a little when I get off.
Whenever. I'll be around. Like I said, I'm going to get the car ready and packed, and away we go.
Yes, ma'am. I'll talk to you here in a little bit.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks, PJ Barker. Bye, you guys.
Bye.
Make your day count.
Yes, ma'am. We got to make it count. All right. So these were the interviews. What? Trev check email. Okay, I got you. 1 second. I'll check it real quick. Let's look at my email. Here we go. Check out this guy. Which one is that guy? Is that the guy on the farther left-hand side? Which one? Which guy did you just show me an email? Clip in a couple years. It's at the bridge. Huh. I wonder if that dude was part of the search party. I wonder if he was. I don't know. That's a good question. Let's see. All right. I want to play these kind of here. These right here. This is all from start to finish. Are you streaming from Delphi tomorrow? Yeah, I will. Yes. I definitely will. If I got service there, I will be streaming there. Absolutely.
This is the entrance to the trail where those two 13-year-olds were last seen. Officers, law enforcement, they have stopped the search for the night. But in the meantime, other folks have come out. We've seen family. We just saw a group who didn't even know the girls come out here because they heard the story and wanted to come out. They're here with flashlights searching for them, doing anything they can. Meantime, this search started again yesterday afternoon. The two actually had the day off school yesterday, so they decided they wanted to have some fun, spend some time on the trail, and take some photographs. They were dropped off by a family member. They were supposed to be picked up around 3 o'clock, but when that family member arrived, the girls were not here. They weren't answering their text messages or phone calls. Libby's grandfather tells us the search started right away.
We started going through all the social media things, picking up, looking at Facebook. Has she talked to anybody, or had the girls been talking with anybody, Snapchatting or whatever the kids do today.
Yeah, Thursday.
And, really didn't find anything. The last message I think we found going out was like at about 2:30, which was a Snapchat of a picture of them out there on this bridge on the trail system. And that was the last communication we've had.
While investigating the murders of Abigail Williams and Liberty German, detectives with the Carroll County Sheriff's Office and the Indiana State Police have uncovered an online profile named Anthony Schatz. This profile was being used from 2016 to 2017 on social media applications, including but not limited to Snapchat and Instagram. For any information, please contact law enforcement by utilizing the tip email, abbyandlibbytip@cacosh.
Hold on, so before I play that, you're saying you want me to play the grandfather? Hold up, let's see. Parents. Let's see real quick. This was yesterday. Are you talking about this part or let's see?
To kind of just reiterate really what Doug had alluded to, as well as I really do appreciate the media. Some of you have come to know, or we've come to know over the last 5.5 years, and you've really been very helpful to us and keeping the names out there, keeping this case alive. Very appreciative of that. And while this is another chapter in this whole story that
which interview is it
that we're going through right now, I want to make sure that we continue that, right? The next chapter is now we're onto the prosecution side, right? And let's keep that open out there, keep that flowing, keep the information coming in. I want to make sure we get as much information for the investigators and specifically the prosecutor, specifically at this time moving forward. So with all your guys' help, we keep the information out there and keep the girl's name out there. And again, any information pertaining to anything with this case, obviously with the person arrested, but anything at all, please call that in. Please turn those tips in, because I want to make sure that that's how we support as a family, right? Is keep it out there, asking for help. And you guys carry that message back out there for us, and we are so appreciative of that. But let's stay on top of that and keep pushing forward, because we got another hill to climb, and we're going to get to the top of it. We certainly are.
Mike, how do you feel that the suspect could be?
Rev, I've got to drop down.
Oh, yes,
Doug
ma'am.
Carter said that early on, if you recall.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming up.
Hiding in plain sight.
You're welcome. Thanks for having me up.
Case.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Bye. Bye.
I don't know the gentleman personally at all, so I've probably seen him, but it's a small county, but definitely I don't know him.
How does it your heart, sir, when the last couple of weeks when you heard of a suspect and now an arrest? You tell me it's been so long.
It's somewhat bittersweet, knowing that while it allows us to move to the next turn or the next chapter, we still got a big mountain ahead of us.
So everybody, this is for everybody in the chat. If you guys would like to go through the it's a 3-hour video of the compilation from pretty much start to finish every interview that was done on this. It's like 3 hours and 39 minutes. If you guys would like to review that, let me know down below right now. Just let me know yes or no. We can go through it because Grizzly put it all together. It's like 3 hours and 39 minutes. I don't mind going over it at all. I can play right through it. Just let me know.
And we're going to stay after it.
Y'all are
I'll never
down.
we haven't ever given up, and you guys haven't given up on us. And we're going to keep pushing all the way.
There's a lot of information that can't be shared, obviously, at this time. So why is it important to continue with the integrity of the investigation?
I want to make sure that we have everything we possibly need.
Hey, Keister.
I don't want to leave any stone unturned.
Becky, how are you doing? Do you have anything that you want to add? Sorry, I'm down here, but hi. What went through your heart when you heard? They told you on Friday, correct? Is that when they?
Well, we were called in on Wednesday and told that they had detained somebody. So we've had a couple more days to process this. I don't feel like I thought I would. I've always said that I would be screaming on the rooftops, but we're not. It's sad.
Yes.
While there's somebody that's been arrested,
You said break and go.
there is, our lives for 5.5 years have been in a search mode. And that's what we've done. Tonight, you get up and it's like,
Absolutely. We'll go over it. Okay. I just wanted to make sure.
we're not doing that anymore. So we're all just kind of feeling our way and figuring out what our purpose is now. What do we do next? How do we help? That's what we want to know is how do we help now to make sure we have the right person, to make sure there's a conviction, to come to a total final resolution.
Ma'am, are you all fearful that someone else was involved in this that is still at large?
All right, Greggy. All right, everybody.
That's why we're keeping it open out there, right? That's why the investigators answered that question as well, is the tip line remains open. So any information pertaining to this case, that's certainly I want to get that to the investigative team and let them vet that out.
You're fearful that that person or those people might have had a role in the actual crime itself?
I don't know any of that information. What you're asking.
Do you think there's anybody in this town that knew about this and kept their mouth shut?
I don't know. That would be speculation, really. I mean, what do you think?
It's a small town.
Sure is.
A lot of people who know each other.
Yeah, I'll save those words when I see him face to face.
Hey, Mike. Hey, sorry, we got here.
Appreciate you, Steven.
I guess how's it feel to know that this guy, nationwide search, this guy was found down the street from where you guys have frequented and gone before?
Well, it's not an area that I really frequent, but I mean, your point is yeah, it's definitely, that's why we said never stop searching anywhere, because we didn't know where he was. And like I said, Doug Carter had made mention of that, is he could be living right amongst us, hiding in plain sight.
I wouldn't.
Tell me just how you're feeling.
I'll be honest with you, Bonnie. I wouldn't drop my children off at the woods like that, period. But I'm not going to jump and judge them at all, because, people always drop their kids off at places that I wouldn't agree of, but who am I to tell somebody else how to parent their kids,
Have anything to say to Richard Allen?
No, I'll save that for when I see him face to face.
Sir, what went through your heart and your mind when those charges were read?
It was a kind of bittersweet. It's I just know that there's another job, another hill for us to climb ahead of us, but we're up for the challenge. We're going to keep after it. We're not going to stop.
Why is it important to keep the tip line alive at this point?
Because I want every stone unturned, every bit of information that's out there pertaining to this case. I want the investigative team to have that information.
How confident are you
Absolutely.
that the police have their man?
That's what the courts will decide, right? But I'm confident. I've always had confidence in the investigative team.
What keeps you hopeful?
Yes, I'm hopeful.
What keeps you hopeful?
The faith and the strength of our family, and the fact of I know how hard the investigative team has worked, and they're nonstop.
Who asked that?
Yep.
Who asked that?
Get back here.
Oh, I wanted to speak about your faith because I know it was important to you.
If it were your child, would you have an option not to be hopeful?
No, absolutely not.
That's why we're hopeful.
Of course.
You all,
Okay.
can I just ask you one question? Maybe you can put a rumor to rest or something. There's a report going around right now that this Mr. Allen actually processed some photos for the family at the CVS. Do you know if that's accurate?
That is accurate.
Okay, and that he didn't charge the family when they came in to claim the photos?
That is correct.
Okay, and you know that firsthand. We are always careful to be accurate.
All right, one more question.
We know
The media coverage of this has been fair.
Huh?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. You guys in the
Oh,
media
wow.
have been certainly more than fair. I mean, don't get me wrong. We've had our share of shots taken at us, and that's fine. And hopefully those people will now be able to reflect in the mirror and say, oh, maybe that wasn't the case. So, reservations and things like this is always the better case, right? This the better judgment. We all know that, and that's just how we are, right? I don't cast judgment on something until I know for sure. And
okay, thank you, folks.
That's where we're at. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Okay.
You're fine.
Ma'am, thank you so much. I know this isn't easy. I appreciate it.
Wait a minute.
He's more stressed than in other interviews. The twitching in the face is more prominent. I feel like, are you talking about the grandpa? I don't know. I feel like it's shit's upsetting. I don't know. That's just my take on it,
RF.com. Thank you.
In the beginning, there were rumors that maybe this could be social media related. And then we were led to believe that it wasn't social media. So I kind of hung my hat on that because I was afraid to maybe accept that it was social media, because then I let them down. I didn't catch it. So when the transcripts came out and it showed that Libby was talking to somebody on social media, it was hard to face that reality. So it wasn't like Libby was totally naive. I feel somehow that this Anthony shots made her feel comfortable, that she let her guard down. I'm very angry that grown men would actually even do something like this. They're kids, little girls. They are preying on their innocence. It would be, it's not even okay to do it to an adult, but to do it to kids where they know they're easily manipulated and tricked. So yes, there's a special place in hell for those people. This may be a coincidence, even though this is all coming out of social media.
I never thought that
this could still be a horrible coincidence that the girls were killed while this was going on. We don't know for sure. Okay. So we have to go down all roads. We're going to have to assume anything, but we just want to help the police.
All right, so 214.
I'm Riley. I'm with the Indiana State Police. I'm the public information officer from the Lafayette Post.
Steve Mullen, Delphi Police Department, Chief of Police.
Toll Plaza, I'm Big Carroll County Sheriff.
Basically, we're going to make this, it's going to be short and sweet. We don't have that much at this point in time. Basically, what we've got, we have found 2 bodies. Is that the Sugar Creek?
Deer Creek.
Deer Creek, sorry. In Deer Creek, about a mile east of town. We are investigating this as a crime scene. We suspect foul play. We have not made positive identification of the 2 bodies, so we're not going to be releasing any information on them at this point in time. We've got the Indiana State Police is assisting the Carroll County Sheriff's Department and the Delphi City Police Department in the investigation here. We also have the FBI Crime Scene Investigation Group here out of Indianapolis. And one thing the family asked us to do is to thank all the communities around Delphi and the people here in Delphi for assisting in attempting to locate these the 2 young children that were missing earlier. They just wanted to say thank you to those people, and thank you they were just wanted to express their gratitude toward the hard work that was done in helping search for these children.
Has the search been called off for these two teenagers?
Not officially, because we have not positively identified the bodies at this point in time.
You have people still searching the woods and creeks and fields.
There's still people out looking, but it has been scaled back. Let me just put it that way.
Are the bodies of the two individuals recovered, are those of young female children?
I'm not at liberty to give that information out as of this time.
Who found them?
I'm not going to say at this point in time.
Why do you believe that there was foul play?
Just the way the bodies were found. That's about all I can say at this point in time.
Were they in the water?
They were on the edge of the water, from what I understand. That's about the best I can tell you.
Any outside injuries?
I'm not going to make a comment on that at this time.
What time were they found?
That I'm not sure. 12:15? About 12:15 this afternoon.
Are there any either suspects or persons of interest being questioned at this time?
We have not gotten that far into the investigation, so I cannot comment one way or the other.
Sheriff, you are from this community. Talk about the toll this search and this apparent recovery has taken on your county.
It's been a long several hours. It's played tremendously on the emotions of the community, but the plus is, the positive is the outreach of love and support for the families involved. I think that's been fantastic.
Wow, I was muted this whole time.
Our community.
You've talked to the families. There's been no identification, but we could hear that this was a sad.
The parents didn't drop them off. The sister did. Yep, that is true.
There is some sadness, yes.
How long do you think it's going to take, of what you know so far, how long do you think it's going to take to positively identify these?
I can't speak for the coroner. He's the one that will take care of that part. That's not something I can give you that information at this point in time.
How far down was it from the bridge? Downstream?
Probably more than a mile, or less than a mile, rather.
I'm going to say somewhere between half and 3/4 of a mile. I'm guessing the road curves back in there, so it's really hard to tell as the crow flies how far it is, but I'm going to guess about a half to 3/4 of a mile back there.
It wasn't that far from where the search started. You mentioned hours of searching, hundreds of people. So were they not in plain sight in that area, that it would have taken a long time for you guys to find them? Were they?
If you just came in,
we really don't.
If you just came in, we're going through the interviews. Let me turn my camera on, by the way. Yeah, if you just came in, we're going through the interviews right now. So Grizzly put together a 3-hour compilation of all this. So let's check it out.
I want to comment on that at this point in time. We don't really want to put out too much information at this point in time. Something I will do, if you follow me on Twitter, I'm going to probably put tweets out approximately every hour on updates. It may be as much as that I'm just going to say we have nothing new at this time, but I will try to do that for at least the next 4 to 6 hours.
How do you suspect, do you presume that these are the two people you were looking for?
I really can't comment on that at this point in time.
Were there any visible injuries or other signs of trauma to the bodies that were discovered?
We're not making any comment on that either. I know we're not giving you much. I understand that. But I mean, we're at the baby stages of this case. At this point in time, I cannot release really much more information. As soon as I can, I will be more than happy to put stuff out.
Who's the lead investigator?
Carroll County is actually the lead.
Office.
Is it fair to say the search has been drafted?
For sure. Shout out to
Correct. I will say that. Yes.
Sheriff, are you classifying this as a homicide investigation at this stage?
It's a death investigation with unknown sources.
Chief, you have not said anything that this is your town. Talk about the impact this has had on your town.
It's had a terrible impact on our community. The people who participated in the search, people who have participated in all the efforts to try to find the victims in this case are very much appreciated. But I know that's had a terrible effect on our people, and we are grieved that this sort of thing would happen here in our community. I am pleased to see the community come out and help us the way that they have. I'm very pleased to be part of a community that has done everything they have done to help us out in this case.
Going forward, you're going to do everything. Obviously, you came to find out who was involved in this. And then earlier when we talked, pretty much all the law enforcement's been holding back tears because these young girls and families and the whole search is really taking a toll on you. So are you going to do everything, exhaust every option, just like you did in the search, to find out who was involved in this?
Yeah.
Yes.
Anything to say to the community?
Huge thank you.
Yes, thank you for all their help.
Should people in the community be afraid right now based upon what you've seen and you know?
Wow.
I think people are smart enough in our community to draw their own conclusions about what they should feel and shouldn't feel. Our people are very smart. We have a very good community, and they are very strong. And they are able to draw their own conclusions about this whole situation, I think, quite successfully. Thank you for
What's
the
up,
question.
JR? Welcome to
Because, and the reason I
that like
ask
button, guys.
is I hear the words foul play suspected. And people might be wondering if there's somebody running around this community preying on people that they need to be afraid of.
I understand what you're saying.
Okay.
Should they be?
I do. I think
what I
people are
wanna
able to draw
know,
their
Joe.
own conclusions about this situation, and they are smart enough to figure out that what the situation warrants them to think. So that's all we have to say about that.
And you said you scaled back the search completely. So the hundreds of people, even they were coming up a little bit ago, can I offer my help? Can I get back out there? At this point, you guys not want more people heading out in that area? What's the advice for people who do want to be involved in the search?
They can continue to help in the way we need the assistance at. I am not at the scene, and I'm not aware of what's going on out there at this point in time, so I can't really say what we're going to use them for. We may be just telling them we thank you for your help, and we may just be sending them back. So, again, it's we believe what you believe what you can, and then we got to go with the truth that we have. So that's what we're working at.
One final thing, you started off with a statement about finding the bodies. You said Sugar Creek. Can you say that over again with the right creek in it?
Oh, the bodies were found in the Deer Creek area, just east of town, about a mile from the 3/4 to a mile east of the the
Freedom Bridge.
Freedom Bridge. I know I didn't help you much there, but
It's not from Freedom Bridge or the Monon
High Bridge.
High Bridge.
I'm not sure which bridges.
They're two separate bridges.
I know. So
So Freedom Bridge is on the Heartland, and
Okay.
High Bridge is the
It's
bridge that's farther up the East Middle Railroad.
So how far from High Bridge? I think that was the last known location.
Within probably 3/4 of a mile or so.
Okay, and how close were they to the area where they were supposed to be picked up by their relatives?
Within that 3/4 of a mile. So
Okay.
Is that with the flow of the creek or against the flow?
it would be upstream.
Upstream against the flow of the creek.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
That's really all we got right now.
Next, bodies identified. Here we go. 2/15/17.
Basically, we have identified the bodies of the two females that were found out yesterday. The bodies have been positively identified as Abigail J. Williams, 13, of the Delphi area, and Liberty Rose Lynn German, 14, of the Delphi area. The two girls were reported missing on Monday, February 13th. The bodies were discovered about 12:15 on the 14th in the woods just east of town here by volunteers that helped in the search of the children after they were reported missing to the Carroll County Sheriff's Department. family has been notified. This is considered a double homicide investigation. No further information will be released at this time. We have nobody in custody at this time. So as far as I'm concerned, yes, there is somebody out there that did this horrendous crime, and we're going to track them down.
It is disturbing. It is concerning as sheriff in my position. And, I want to, I guess, assure the community, as Trooper Riley indicated, we're going to get to the bottom of this. We feel confident. And, we're going to do everything we can within our resources to reach justice in this situation.
Okay. Wow.
Okay, good morning. On behalf of Sheriff Tove Lisadby of the Carroll County Sheriff's Department, who is the lead agency in this investigation, Delphi Mayor Shane Evans, I would like to welcome you to Delphi, Indiana and Carroll County. If you would allow me a little bit of latitude here before we get into the meat and potatoes of the press conference to give a couple of thank yous, I would like to do that now. We volunteer because we care. Again, we volunteer because we care. I saw that on a fire truck here in Delphi, Indiana yesterday. And I believe it's a way of life here in Delphi in the Carroll County community. Because the way this community has wrapped their arms around this investigation and provided not just resources for officers as they're investigating this case, but also their willingness to give us information and anything that we have asked, including this church today for the press conference that Pastor Todd has given us. And of course, we want to thank the Delphi United Methodist Church for this facility today. Again, I would like to thank everyone who's given donations and any general support to this investigation.
German. Okay.
I would also like to thank in advance the person who's going to call our tip line and give us that tidbit of information that's going to lead to the arrest of the murderers of Liberty German and Abigail Williams. And I would like to thank the media for their patience. I understand there's information that you would like to get to your subscribers, get out into the media. But as you know, we have information as germane to our investigation that we have to keep close to the vest because this investigation is too important to make any mistakes and give out the wrong information. So again, I thank you for your support and your patience as we go through this case. There are a couple of acknowledgements I must introduce today, a couple of folks, department heads that are here. We have Delphi Mayor Shane Evans, Carroll County Prosecutor Rob Ives, Carroll County Sheriff Tove Lisadby, Delphi Police Chief Steve Mullen, Indiana State Police Superintendent Doug Carter, FBI Assistant Special Agent in Charge Greg Massa, and Captain Dave Burston, Chief Public Information Officer for the Indiana State Police.
Absolutely
Obviously,
not.
the reason we're here today is to give out information in the double homicide of Liberty German and Abigail Williams. On February 13th, Abigail Williams, 13, and Liberty German, 14, went on a hike at the Delphi Historic Trails. On February 13th, they were reported missing later in the afternoon when they failed to return to a pickup location as a family member returned to pick them up from their hike. After organized searches on February 14th, one of those search parties unfortunately found the bodies of the two teens. Evidence in this case has led investigators to believe this is a double homicide.
Never apologize.
And that's what we're investigating at this time. Also shown in front of me is an enlarged depiction of a person believed to be the suspect in this case. We are actively looking for this person. We believe this person is our suspect.
God bless you.
And we would like any information, regardless of how small or minute you might believe that information to be. It might be the one piece of a very large puzzle that helps us get this person in custody. So please call our tip line, 844-459-5786. And again, I would like, as we go through this press conference, to remind the media, there's going to be information that is germane to our investigation that we're not going to release today. But at the end of the press conference, we will have time for question and answers. So as we go through our speakers, I ask you to please hold your questions to the end of the press conference. So at this time, I would like to invite Indiana State Police Superintendent Douglas Carter to the podium.
Okay.
Words tend to escape.
No, he didn't, Steffi.
During these periods of times, and I've only had a couple of other situations in my lifetime. I'm able to stand before you and say that. Why Libby? Why Abby? Why Delphi? Why Carroll County? Why the region? Why the state? Why even in the nation? I say that because this is a classic example and a clear example that evil lives amongst us. To the family, to the community, the region, the state. As a leader of the Indiana State Police, I say, I am so very sorry. Resources. It's unlikely that any of you will ever see, nor will we ever see or experience again, the level of resources that are attached
Don't fake the funk
to this
yeah.
investigation. To the media. My gosh, all I can say is just give you my sincere thanks. See, this isn't like TV. There's a perception that this can be solved very quickly. Anything that we do can be solved very quickly, but this is a testament that it can't, and we need you. We've needed you since last week. We need you today, and we need you tomorrow. And likely we'll need the media all across this nation. So from a simple guy like me to you, I say thank you. To the people dressed funny like me and those that represent the law enforcement profession, please understand we're human beings just like you. I'd stand anywhere in the nation with people standing behind me. And I would suggest to you that every time something like this happens, a little piece of us dies as well. But I also want you to understand how committed we are as a collective one, and we will continue. This has been briefed all the way up to the director of the FBI, Director Comey, and Greg Mass is going to talk a little bit about that. I've had an opportunity to speak to my boss, Governor Eric Holcomb, a couple of different times about this situation. And every time I do, I see this look that comes over his face, just like yours in this community's. And that's the unfortunate experience of experiencing evil. We're not stopping. The poster in front of you. Someone knows who this individual is. Someone knows who this individual is. Is it a family member? Is it a neighbor? Is it an acquaintance? Is it an associate? Or maybe that one guy that lives over at that one place that just kind of not right. Maybe it's his jeans. Maybe it's his jacket or his sweatshirt. Maybe it's his shirt tail. Maybe it's his posture. Maybe it's the right hand in his pocket. You see, even with technology, we need human intelligence. In other words, we need you. I'm not suggesting that everything that we can do as science has been done, because we are just getting started.
Yeah. Is that his boots that I hear squeaking?
Abby and Libby deserve us. They deserve every single one of us, and not just the people standing up here on the stage that have given so much of their lives to not just this, but to this profession, but each and every one of you. Each and every person listening, watching, or seeing this in some form, we need you. Libby and Abby need you. Please do not rationalize tips away. Rationalize what you think that might not be important away by thinking he would never do that to another human being. Or think what I know doesn't matter. Let folks like the people that are standing behind me with such incredible passion and commitment and dedication to this profession make that determination. Tips are anonymous. Some might not want to talk about it because they don't want to get involved, because they know the individual. Again, he may be a family member, probably has family. No one will ever know. No one will ever know. There's not an agency on the planet better than helping us facilitate this than the FBI. And they're as entrenched in this as anybody. No one will know. As poor as this picture is, somebody knows.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're watching, we'll find you.
Absolutely.
Who's next? I hate to ask you that question. I'd give my life to not have to. But I know you've asked yourself that very question. We must recognize it. You see, we're all the same. We're all human beings. We must keep our resolve for Libby and Abby, for this community, and frankly, to ensure.
I swear I hear. No, all right, so I had to pause this for 1 second. I swear I hear his heart racing through that microphone. I hear doom, 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 doom. I swear to God, I hear his heart racing in this interview right here. I could like literally hear doom, doom, doom. It sounds like a heart beating.
Sure that good trumps evil. And it will. You're going to hear more in just a minute about what we know. Do not discount the voice that you'll hear. We will stay committed with resolve, very rarely exhibited with human behavior until this conclusion. Please be patient. Become our partners and communicate with us as often as you can.
I can hear his heart racing.
And now from a very humble servant, that's the most blessed guy on this planet to represent the profession that I represent, to Abby and Libby. It's my hope and my prayer that you're now experiencing God's promise of eternal peace.
Hello, Miss Beehive. Thank you for coming by. I want to know, it's taking 6 years to find this man who murdered the 2 girls, right?
At this time, I would like to invite Greg Massa, Assistant Special Agent in charge for the FBI, to the podium.
Good morning. As the Assistant Special Agent in charge, my role is to supervise and lead the FBI's criminal investigations across the state of Indiana. 9 days ago, we had an agent that was participating in the search for the missing victims. And from that moment until this morning, we have stood shoulder to shoulder with our law enforcement partners here. The FBI plays an important support role in this investigation, this joint investigation. I'm very humbled by the response that the resources that are under my direction have brought, and hopefully the contributions that we are making. On any given day, we have 20 FBI agents that are here providing investigative help, whether that's running down leads, conducting interviews, helping with lead tracking system, providing intelligence analysis support, providing technical assistance. Every night, I update our FBI headquarters to our Deputy Assistant Director. And as the superintendent mentioned, this has been briefed to the FBI Director on 2 occasions. So whatever resource that the FBI has available, whether it's here in the state of Indiana or nationally, we have brought those resources and we will continue to do so. We were committed to working around the clock, as we have been over the last 9 days, and will continue to do so until this case is solved. To the members of the community, when I met with our behavioral analysis unit and their expertise and their experience, it is oftentimes even unwitting that a member of the community may have information that is germane to this investigation. And I'd like the community to go back 9 days and go back to the afternoon of February 13th, Monday, February 13th, and just think if you had an interaction with an individual who
we need more
inexplicably canceled an appointment that you had together, or an individual called into work sick and canceled an important appointment or a social engagement, and at the time gave what would have been a plausible explanation. My cell phone broke, or I had a flat tire on my car. But in retrospect, that excuse no longer holds water. That may be important. Likely so are behavioral indicators that this individual may have exhibited since the afternoon of May 13th. Did this individual travel unexpectedly? Did they change their appearance? Did they shave their beard, cut their hair, change the color of their hair? The superintendent mentioned the clothes that this individual was wearing in the photo. Did they change the way they dress? Did their behavior change? Did their sleep pattern is different now? Did they start abusing drugs or alcohol whereas they would not have? Have they been anxious, nervous, irritable? Have they followed this case and what the media is putting out with a sense that is not normal? Have they had ongoing discussions regarding their whereabouts on that afternoon or thereafter? Please, if you have that information, call that into the tip line. After this press conference, the FBI will be putting out a series of these indicators on our social media, so it'll be available not only to the citizens of this community, but across the state of Indiana and then nationally as well. We'll also be utilizing digital billboards, and in any way we can spread this message, we will. I'll just finalize my remarks just to say that to my law enforcement partners behind me, to the community at large, 9 days ago, the FBI stood shoulder to shoulder with you. We're not going anywhere. We will be here until this case is solved, and I am confident this case will be solved. Thank you.
At this time, I would like to invite Captain Dave Burston, Chief Public Information Officer for the Indiana State Police, to the podium.
Thank you, Tony. We do have some new information for you today. It's in the form of an audio file from the cell phone that Liberty German had with her at the time. We're not going to play everything that we have, but Liberty had the presence of mind to turn on her video camera. Again, we're not going to be able to share everything with you, but we are going to share this audio clip with you momentarily with the hope that somebody will recognize this voice. And I want to be very clear that what you're about to hear is just 4 short words. Excuse me, 3 words, down the hill. You're going to hear this played 4 times. The audio quality is not superb, but there's enough there that somebody could recognize this person's voice. And as Superintendent Carter said, not to rationalize away. If you hear this today and you think, my God, that sounds like fill in the blank, call us. Make an anonymous tip. Tell us who you think it is. Let us investigate it. If it's not the right person, they'll just be out a little bit of time and they'll be cleared and they can go on and they'll never know that you called. But you may tell us who the right person was. And you could be the person that helps us to solve this horrible crime. Micah, play the clip, please. Could you play it one more time? So that audio clip later today will be available on the Indiana State Police website. You can simply go to our website and add the extension /Delphi.htm. There will be information on that website that talks about the reward that is being collected now. Sergeant Slocum will talk more about that, the amount of money that's been raised towards solving this case. And really, money shouldn't be what drives somebody to help solve this. Just a sense of community and wanting to help and to get this person off the street. The image that you see there of the suspect, that came from Liberty's phone. I think many of you had speculated that before. We weren't prepared to discuss it at the time. We have more video. We're not releasing it. It's germane to our investigation. And it's important that we spread that person's voice far and wide for somebody that will recognize who that is and will call us and tell us. I also want to tell you that there will be a tip line. There's an email tip line. I'll spell it out for you, and it'll be on the website later, but if you want to copy this down.
Yeah, I could barely hear it too.
Tips can be emailed to CABBYTIP@CACOSHRF.com. So that is Abby and Libby Tip at CACOSHRF.com. Phone number, email, call the Delphi Police, call the Carroll County Sheriff's Department, call the state police. Help us to capture the person responsible for these murders.
Yeah, I couldn't hear that on that recording at
As
all.
it started out, we volunteer because we care. I believe that's a way of life here in Carroll County and the Delphi area. As Captain Bursa indicated, we now have monies for a reward. I believe we're in upwards to around $41,000, with $25,000 being donated by the FBI, $10,000 by the Indiana Packers, a local business. The Andersons have donated $5,000. Indiana Lafayette Savings and Loans has donated $1,000. They do that because they care. We need to solve this case. We have every resource that we can think of to prompt people to give us information. We need to get the murderer of Liberty German and Abigail Williams into custody sooner rather than later. That will be the end of our press conference. As far as speakers at this time, we will entertain questions.
We're wondering if you have any indication to believe that this suspect in these images is local or was passing through. Do you have any indication as to where he might be from, if he's still in this area or not?
Would you like to come up here?
Why don't we vote? Okay, we'll vote. Joint partnership.
Is there any specific information that says the person is local or from far away? No. Could this be a stranger crime? That's a possibility. Could this be somebody that knew that the girls were going to be there at that time? That's a possibility. Nothing is off the table.
Yeah, that's exactly right. The only thing I would add is where the FBI can come involved, and if it does lead interstate or multi-jurisdictionally, we have that capability to stretch it further outside of this immediate community across the state or across state lines.
Let's go one at a time. I'll let you do your follow-up, then I'll come to you. What's your follow? Go ahead and do your follow-up.
How long after Liberty posted to social media did this crime happen? Did the murders happen immediately after, or was there time for someone to see them on social media and then meet them on that trail?
As a special, we know that there are going to be lots of questions that we specifically cannot answer because there are things that we do not want to tip our hand to the person that's responsible for this. That kind of information we're keeping close to ourselves. Is it reasonable to think that that's an area? One of two things happened. That was a chance encounter. That's possible. Don't think it's likely, but it's possible. Or that person knew that they were going to be there. That's possible as well. Those are things that we're looking into. Question over here.
Online communication with this individual, is there any evidence of that from the girls with this person?
Similar to what I just said, there's specific pieces of information that we're not discussing. The best example that I can give you is if somebody is a victim of a burglary and then they're murdered, everybody wants to know how they were murdered. If we go into the details and we say they were stabbed twice in the back and they were shot in the head, then everybody hears that. And then we get tips. People tell us that, and the tip is useless. We're keeping information that will only be known by the person or by who that person told. And when that's shared with us, it will set off the alarm bells and we'll know.
Captain, based upon what you have and other investigators have seen of this crime, do you believe this individual has killed before, and what makes you believe he will do it?
Greg, I'll let Agent Massa address that.
There has been no indication right now that this is part of a serial murder, if that's what your question is. So as of the facts that we have collected at this point in time, we have not tied it to any other known homicides.
After you play 3 words, you have an extensive volume of video and audio. You're not sharing it, and is there more?
We have other information that we're not sharing, and specific to your question, Raphael, keep in mind that there is a likeliness, the possibility of more than one person. We're not saying that the voice that you heard is the same as this person here. This is all very complicated, very involved, and as much as we would like to tell you everything, more importantly, we want to solve the crime.
Can you clarify those who you just said that is not the voice of the person? Just clarify that statement.
Okay, that could be or could not be.
So where's the audio from?
The audio is also from Liberty's phone. So again, she had the presence of mind to have the phone on and to capture video as well as audio. No, I can't.
To be clear, is that a loop that you're playing several times?
That is a loop that we played 4 times for purposes for you to hear it.
The cell phones were found with one cell phone. Did the suspects leave anything that you can talk about at the scene?
No, there's nothing I can speak to about the scene investigation and collection of evidence.
Did that photo come from one of the girls' cell phones in that recording?
Yes, and thank you for asking that, Paris. To clarify, the image that you're looking at here came from Liberty's phone.
Is it longer? Are you holding some that you can see how he walks? Is there any more of this image of this suspect?
There's nothing that we are prepared to release at this time.
Can you, I guess, reconcile? This is believed to be the main suspect. The voice is believed to be a suspect. Can you say you believe that's the voice of that man in that photo?
No, I can't say that because we weren't there. We know that voice was captured from her cell phone. We know this image was captured from her cell phone. Keep in mind, all of you are in the television business. What do you see out of the TV? You see this. You don't see what's over here. You don't see what's over here. So there's lots more that we're looking at.
How would you prove that he was the main suspect? Can you go into detail on that?
As I indicated before, the reason we believe this is a suspect is based on the totality of the evidence that we've gathered thus far. That has led us to believe this is the person that at least participated in the murders of Liberty German and Abigail Williams.
The picture that you guys have, as we mentioned before, it seems like it's enhanced, and we talked about that a little bit yesterday. How enhanced is this picture? Did it come from a Snapchat photo that she had saved? Was he in the background corner? I mean, how far away was he from a picture that she might have just snapped on that day?
Now, we're not going to release that part of the information, but it did come from her phone, which entails that even though we enhanced it, it's the best we have. That's the image we're giving. And just because you and I do not recognize that photo, there, as indicated earlier, a person that works with what appears to be a male white in that photo might recognize him. Again, a family member might recognize that. Unfortunately, it's the best we have, and that's what we're going to go with at this time. If we decide to go other routes later, we'll let you know.
Just to clarify one point here, do you believe that based on the evidence you guys have, that Libby turned her cell phone on and started recording specifically because this person seemed suspicious or was creeping her out in some way? And if so, what's your reaction to a 14-year-old having the presence of mind to do that?
This young lady's a hero. There's no doubt. To have enough presence of mind to activate the video system on her cell phone to record what we believe is criminal behavior that is about to occur. As far as the first part of your question, that's something we're going to keep close to the vest as part of our investigation. But there's no doubt in our minds that young lady is a hero.
Along those lines, I know you guys have to keep on close to you, but there's a lot of experience up here. Have you guys ever seen anything like some of the details we're seeing with this case? I mean, is this something that you guys can parallel with in other areas?
Well, unfortunately, when you're in the law enforcement business, there are crimes that occur in this nature. As far as the time frame and different things in my experience are unique to my career, but there are a lot of smart people standing behind me that will probably have a different answer. But again, rest assured, we're using our resources to put the person and or persons that murdered Liberty German and Abigail Williams into our jail here in Carroll County.
The only thing that I want to add to that is all of you have more questions than we can answer here today without compromising the case. I think we all can agree there's one thing we want to do. We want to capture the person or persons responsible for this crime. We wanted to get this video, to get the audio clip out to you. We wanted to confirm to you where that image came from. We've accomplished those two things here today. We encourage you to play that audio to your audiences frequently over the days to come so that we can develop a tip to that tip line or to the email address that I gave you or to the website information that will be on the State Police website at 10:45. At this time, we're going to conclude the news conference. Thank you all very much for coming here today and to helping to spread the word. Thank you.
This guy isn't creepy, but is Ellie trying to force a case to close? Regina writes us. It's a good question. What do you guys think about that in chat? What Regina says. What do you guys think? You think they're forcing to close? They were making a snuff film.
Hello, everybody. You tuned into the Indiana State Police Roadshow, brought to you by the Indiana State Police Alliance, Cops for Kids, a subsidiary of the Indiana State Police Alliance. With me today, of course, is my partner in crime, Tom Trial, behind the camera, behind the scenes, back in black. He's back putting us on YouTube again after his extended stay off of the air. I think he was actually on vacation, Captain Burston.
I think it's probably the vacation that none of us would have wanted to have taken.
I know somebody that didn't want him to take it, Shelly. Shelly, his wife, said you didn't need to be doing that. But I'm glad he's back and he's 100% ready to go. Captain, thank you for being with us today. Captain Dave Burston, the Public Information Officer of the Indiana State Police. Thank you for being with us today.
Thank you, Rich. Appreciate the invitation to be here.
And unfortunately, we've got a sad topic that we're going to be talking about today. But I think the more we can get this out, the more information that people know about and see and hear about this can help out on this investigation. And we're talking about the obviously the double homicide there in Delphi and the unfortunate death of those two little girls.
Very, very sad, very tragic. I know that now we have a reward that is well in excess of $200,000. We are still looking for tips. We've received 8,000 plus tips. Those are still being looked at, each one of them. Some of us, I know, are getting tips sent to us directly. We kind of discourage that because that can slow down the process, but we're not going to turn away the information. So we are working diligently to solve this.
Well, let's start at the very beginning. What we do know, what took place. I know you've been involved up there with Sergeant Slocum and Sergeant Riley, the PIOs up there in Delphi, and have firsthand knowledge of what's going on. And during the news release during the news conference with Superintendent Carter, walk us through from what we know right now from the very beginning.
Well, we know that one of the parents dropped off Abby and Libby, best friends, to go on a walk in the trail there by the Monon railroad tracks that have been abandoned and over the high bridge there. And the plan was to drop them off and pick them up later. And they did not arrive at the appointed time. And, initially, okay, maybe they're just having a good time out, going to be a little late, but then it goes from being just a little bit late to hours late into darkness, and now true concern about what's happened, what's transpired, and then results in a search the following day. And volunteers that were searching found their bodies. And then we knew that we had a double homicide investigation. And then moving forward from that point, what information that we can publicly share, information that we can't share, because the ultimate goal is to find the person or persons responsible for this horrible crime and to hold them accountable. People talk about giving closure to the family. I look at my son, who's almost 18, and if something like that happened to him, even if the person's caught and held accountable and given the death penalty, and I get to watch the execution, there is no closure.
Right. Absolutely.
There's no closure. Yeah. Anybody that's a parent will tell you that losing your child, there is no closure. Mm-hmm. So, but the only thing that we can do is make sure that this person or persons cannot do the same thing again.
And this is kind of a popular place for people to go to walk. It's it's kind of remote, but a lot of people use it.
I think it's something that's locally known and is popular. There's the historic bridge. The tracks, as I recall, were decommissioned in 1985. The rails were pulled off the bridge, and it's 65 feet above ground, I believe is what I was told as it goes across this area. And it's a popular trail area to be walking, and it's by all indications, it's a nice, peaceful area to take a hike. And now we have this happen, and it's never going to be forgotten for what happened there now because of the two girls being killed, because of Abby and Libby losing their lives.
Let's talk a little bit, and you and I were discussing this earlier today before we went on the air, and we've received questions on this, and I know you have. Is there some information out there that we're not releasing?
Oh, there certainly is. And often people ask that they're not involved in law enforcement. Well, why aren't you releasing everything? And sadly, I have to sit here and tell you, I know you know this, but people that are listening or watching today, there are people that will call up and they will claim responsibility for crimes, or they will call up out of a want for attention, and they will give what they say they have this solid tip information that they want to provide and share. Right. And they've gleaned it from what's been released. The example that I often give, I said, imagine, if you will, that we go to investigate a burglary. And we get there, and then we find out actually it's been a homicide, and the person was killed because they were stabbed twice in the back, and they were hit in the head with a lead pipe. If we release that information, then the tips we get all have that same information. Whereas if we don't release that information, and then we get a tip that says, yeah, I was at Joe's Bar and Grill, I heard this guy talking about how he had broken into a house and he stabbed a woman in the back twice and hit her in the head with a pipe.
Well, if we've not released that information, we get that as a tip. We know, hey, this is some good information.
Right.
Well, there's specific information in this investigation that we're not releasing that if it comes to our attention, we're going to know that's a good tip. We need to really pay close attention to that. Now, that said, we're investigating every tip. And there's been over 8,000.
Oh, wow, Regina.
We
Really?
are not going to rationalize away a tip without thoroughly investigating it. And that's what we're telling people. Don't assume, don't make an assumption, oh, this couldn't have been it.
Right.
So what information do we have? What have we released?
Nah,
We've
T-REV
released
is
the audio
here.
tape that says, you hear the voice saying, down the hill, down the hill. It's a distinctive enough voice that somebody that knows that person could say, boy, that sounds like fill in the blank of the name.
I didn't know that,
Those
Regina.
are the people we don't want you to rationalize away that thought, oh, Bill could never do that. Call us, tell us, let us go talk to Bill. If Bill can validate where he was at that time and we can rule him out of the investigation, that will happen. But if Bill can't do that, and we find other inconsistencies that indicate that he's possibly a valid suspect, then you will have helped us solve the crime. Don't rationalize.
What about suspect as opposed to suspects? Has that been addressed?
What we have publicly addressed is people want to make the assumption that the voice saying down the hill, it belongs to the person that's captured in the image from the cell phone. That's not necessarily the case. We're not making any assumption about that. We have more video, we have more audio, but it is specific to the investigation, and that's why it's not being released at this time.
Well, again, you're listening to the Indiana State Police Roadshow, brought to you by the Indiana State Police Alliance, Cops for Kids, a subsidiary of the Indiana State Police Alliance. I'm speaking with Captain Dave Burston of the Indiana State Public Information Office, and we're talking about the senseless crime that happened there in Delphi, Indiana, to Abigail Williams and Liberty German when they were senselessly killed up there in Delphi. And Dave, you were talking earlier about not releasing some information, and I know the public may have a hard time believing this, but there are people, and you kind of skimmed over it, but maybe address a little bit more, that do call in and say, yeah, I did this.
Yeah, the people do that, and they will call up and take responsibility. Is there an issue of mental illness with people that do that? I would think so. Is it just a lack of attention and they want to have their 15 minutes of fame? I don't think that way. You don't think that way. Most people listening to this program today don't think that way.
Right.
So there's really no way to answer that, but we know it does happen. And that's why we want to minimize. The best example of that is off the subject a little, but Shannon Sherrill, still an unsolved little girl, 1985, was 5 or 6 years old, vanished from her home. Never to be seen again. And then it was about 10 years ago, we had a woman call up and say, I think I'm Shannon Sherrill and I have been abducted. And she was giving all this information. It was very detailed. Well, she had gleaned it all from the internet. Yeah. And this woman had a mental illness. The Sherrill family put them through a living hell, thinking that their long lost daughter had been found and was alive. And there's no indication that Shannon Sherrill is alive. There's no indication that she's dead. So that's why hope lingers on for the Sherrill family, all because of so much information that was out.
Right, exactly. And with the internet having so much information, and we're using it ourselves, to get the information out there, but there's some people can use it, unfortunately, the wrong way.
They certainly can. And, the other thing that we haven't touched on, our show sponsor, the Indiana State Police Alliance. It's the Indiana State Police Alliance that is handling the donation funds.
Okay.
Carroll County is the lead investigating agency,
right.
But they had no way to have anything set up. Something that the State Police Alliance reached out and said, hey, we think we could do that. They run a number of accounts for because they're a 501(c) corporation. So they are taking on that responsibility, and we're hopeful to receive that tip that leads to an arrest, that will lead to a conviction of the person or persons responsible for this, and will gratefully write that reward check out.
So how many different agencies are involved in this investigation right now?
We've got about 25 different agencies. Again, Carroll County is the lead investigative agency, but also a lot of resources from the FBI, a lot of resources from Indiana State Police, and then just the private citizens and corporations that have come forward. You heard me mention the rewards up to $200,000. A week or so ago, it was a little over $100,000. And Pat McAfee, former punter for the Indianapolis Colts, came forward and was getting ready to make a sizable donation. And Jim Irsay, owner of the Colts, reached out and said, Pat, whatever you do, I'm going to match. And the next thing we had, a $200,000 donation. We've had public service announcements. The FBI, the resources that they're bringing forward, there are hundreds, if not thousands, of billboards across the nation that have the information on Libby and Abby on the billboards and the image of the person we're looking for. So the FBI has brought that to the table. So lots of things have come together, and it is very frustrating to go this period of time without an arrest, but we are resolute in our resolve to solve this case.
I was just looking here on the computer at the billboard that is available, and the tip line 844-459-5786. Again, that's 844-459-5786, and that goes directly to the tip line and that's the best way to.
That's the best way. And if you weren't able to jot that number down, if you go to the Indiana State Police website, the first billboard that comes up on our website is linked to the Delphi murder investigation. If you click that, that will give you the email tip line. It'll give you the 800 number, all that information that if you have a valid tip to pass on to us and how to get it to us.
And I know that this has greatly affected that small community up there.
Oh, it certainly has. I've been up there twice, and it's small town Indiana.
Yeah.
And Delphi I believe is the seat of the county, if I'm not mistaken, and that's a population of less than 3,000 people.
Well, again, just to reiterate, Captain Dave Burston's with me today on the Indiana State Police Show, and we're talking about this senseless crime that happened in Delphi, Indiana, to Abigail Williams, Liberty German. They were senselessly murdered up there in Delphi, Indiana, while dropped off at a walking path, the Monon, which is an abandoned railroad track that they were let off at, and then unfortunately found the next day and had tragically been killed. So we want to get this information out and have hopefully somebody with that piece of information.
We know that there's somebody out there that knows or is strongly suspicious of somebody, and we urge that person not to rationalize it. Provide us that tip. We've got all the resources from what we've talked about today to do it.
Great. Well, you've been listening to the Indiana State Police Roadshow, brought to you by the Indiana State Police Alliance. Cops for Kids. Captain Dave Burston's been my guest. I appreciate you coming in here and talking about this subject, and let's help this family out in this community. Thank you for listening to the Roadshow. We'll talk to you again next week on the Indiana State Police Roadshow. The Roadshow is out.
Investigators executed a search warrant at the home of this man, Ron Logan, who owns the property where the bodies of 13-year-old Abigail Williams and Liberty German were found. Cops took away a white Ford pickup truck during the search.
Who is safe here or anywhere else anymore?
Ron Logan is now in custody on an unrelated probation violation. I recently spoke to him about the murders.
You just cannot believe this terrible thing that happened to the community and the families actually happened here on my property in my backyard.
He told me he has an alibi, buying tropical fish 20 miles away.
I was not home during the time that all this was happening. I was in Lafayette.
Yeah.
And I didn't get home till approximately 6:30 in the evening. And then the neighbor stopped to ask for permission to look back here for the girls.
Liberty German shot this chilling image of the suspected killer approaching the girls on a hiking trail, and she recorded the killer's voice.
What do you hear on there?
Nothing that I recognize at all. No one. I don't I don't recognize the voice at all.
I asked Ron Logan to repeat those same chilling words.
Down the hill.
And that image of the suspect?
The picture is of such poor quality, it doesn't look like anyone I've ever seen.
Police have not revealed what led them to search his home, but said in a statement, "We basically are here to try to eliminate him or put him as a higher suspect in our case." Ron Logan told me he is devastated by the discovery of the bodies on his property.
That was like being hit with a bolt of lightning on my property. I mean, you just can't put words to it.
Back on day one, what was your, when you heard this had happened and you knew you had a call to duty to more or less take over?
Right. First, I called my squad sergeant and told him to get all the detectives available up here because we knew it was going to be a long, drawn out process. But I think, like everybody else, shock and awe. I mean, you really don't expect something like this tragic of an event to happen in a small town like Delphi. And I think it took a while to set in, and then it was just total chaos. I mean, the investigation with all the help that we got was just total chaos. And we were able to get that to controlled chaos. And then I joke around about becoming an oiled machine. And now I think it's a well-oiled machine where it's very manageable and we're making a lot of progress. But yeah, it's just pretty traumatic for everybody involved, not just the community, but every investigator that's been up here. But I think we all have a job to do. We all focus. We're very professional, and we're going to find who's responsible for this and make sure that we get justice for Abby and Libby. I mean, Abigail Williams and Liberty German did not deserve this. And I think my passion is getting justice for them and their families and the community.
People often forget that officers and detectives are real people as well. And emotionally, this is difficult for everybody involved.
Absolutely. And I kind of led to that. But and the other thing is, life doesn't stop. We try to put it on hold when you have a major case like this. You try to put life on hold, but it doesn't stop. I mean, we have detectives up here that have had their own deaths in their families, their own sickness. Their kids are sick. They're planning weddings, just everyday stresses. And you can't stop that. You can't put it on hold. You might be able to for a day or two, but with this type of investigation and it being month, 2 months, 3 months, hopefully not any, years, but you can't put that on hold. So you have to deal with those stresses. You have to find a way to do it. And I think for me, what makes it easy is the people I'm working with and working for. And so it's been a little easier to handle that stress when you have the backing and you work with such great people.
Are there times where you just kind of have to break down sometimes and deal with what's going on?
I think so. I think it's impossible to control those. This is a very emotional case. I think it's impossible to. The hardest thing as a manager, and for me personally, is to take time off. I preach it. Hey, don't work this weekend. Especially early on, we were working 20 hours a day, 7 days a week for the first couple weeks. It's impossible to not take this kind of a case home with you. We preach that. We're taught that in the academy. Don't take your job home with you, but it's impossible. So for me, early on, to take a day off, I would sit at home and think about, what can we do to get justice for Abby and Liberty? What have we done that we could go back and do better? And the detectives are the same way. Everybody that I talk to, once you get here for a day, you're invested, and it's hard to separate from that. And that's raw emotions. I mean, it's tough, but we're trained professionals, like I said earlier, and we just have to know that the end is coming, and that the only end for us is get justice for Abby and Libby. In this case, I've never seen as many resources thrown at a case like this from the FBI, the state police, DNR, Indiana Department of Homeland Security, everybody, every resource that we can think of that is available has been used.
When you have to sit down with the family, what keeps you going strong through that?
It's tough. It really is. I mean, I'm probably, most people that you talk to about me would say I'm not very emotional, but this has got me very emotional, and you have to take a step back and really appreciate life for what it is. But to answer your question, when you're talking to the family, like I said, I can't imagine. I am that type of person where I try to put myself in your shoes when you're in a tough situation, but I can't even get close close to doing that because I can't imagine what they're going through, and even talking to them, and you can see the raw emotions on their face, and they want to help us, and they've been so cooperative. And, you know, we went back to them and talked to them numerous times. And I know that probably gets frustrating, but they have been so cooperative with us and so patient with us because this is a high profile case. We don't want to rush into anything. So we are going to take our time.
I ain't heard nobody
dot our
defending
I's
his
and cross
ass.
our T's and make sure everything is done.
Not one person.
As close to perfect as possible. I just try to maintain that professionalism and keep in the back of my head that I need to be here for Abby and Libby because I'm going to find who did this, and then we are going to hold them responsible for their actions.
When you walk through those front doors and you see the notes up on the boards, the community outpouring, it's not just officers, but everybody who's come through here to support you guys, say, hey, do you need something? What's that like?
Yeah, that just gave me goosebumps again. I mean, I've never had this much support. Usually law enforcement's on the other side of it, and we're not respected or treated like kings and queens. And the community has just been tremendous. I mean, I can't even begin to tell you how grateful we are for what they've done. It just shows that the community cares about us and we care about them, and we're going to continue to work with them, not just Delphi, but Carroll County and the surrounding counties and cities. They've just been so helpful.
I know you can't predict the future, but are we going to get this guy one day?
Absolutely. I don't make promises that I can't keep, and the only promise I can make is we're going to put forth every effort. And we're going to utilize every resource that's available, but we're going to catch this person or persons. We're going to catch this monster. Whoever did this needs to be put away, and we're not going to stop until we find out and find this person and make this person accountable for his actions.
You guys that have over 16,000 tips. I mean, that's a daunting number. What's it like to see the outpouring of people who think they might know something?
Crazy. I mean, again, it shows that the community cares, and these are nationwide tips. We're getting tips that we're utilizing the FBI because we can't drive to Missouri or wherever, and we're utilizing the posts throughout the state because it's too time consuming to drive all the way to Evansville. We just call a detective down there. But so we're getting tips not just from Carroll County or Delphi. We're getting tips from across the nation.
I know we've said it multiple times in press conferences, we've said it on the air, but sometimes that little bit of information, and somebody may think, oh, it's really not that important, but sometimes that can push your guys' investigation over the edge to a possible suspect.
Even multiple tips. We get multiple tips on the same person. That doesn't mean that's the person. A lot of people might hear us talking about that. We've got multiple tips on one subject. That doesn't mean that's the subject. So if you're thinking, well, they've got multiple tips on John Doe, I'm not going to tip on this person, but I believe it might be him. Well, don't do that. If you believe whatever you believe, why ever you believe that, you need to call that tip in, because that's might be the piece of the puzzle that we're missing that we need to put everything else together. And I do believe. I mean, I don't want to. Somebody probably already said it, but the reward's up to $239,000 some odd dollars. And if you're waiting for that to go higher, well, that's a stupid reason to wait. I don't think it's going to get much higher. And if it does, you shouldn't be waiting for that to call in this tip. If it's a family member and you're afraid to tip on them, then we have the anonymous tip. But this person's evil. This person is a monster. This could happen again. So if you're holding that information for whatever reason, you need to think of that.
Care of her, but I'm listening.
This could happen to your niece, daughter, cousin, sister. This could happen again. And that's one of the main reasons I lose a lot of sleep, because I don't want this to happen again. And I think somebody out there has the tip that is that final piece of the puzzle, and they're waiting for whatever reason. We don't want them to wait. They need to call that in as soon as possible and give us all information about who you believe did this. And I would get on my knees and beg that person to do that. I would plead with them to call that tip in and give that information. And if for some reason you can't get through the hotline, go to your local police station personally and tell them how important this is, and they will contact us, and we will get somebody to take that tip.
Good morning. My main purpose this morning is to thank each one of you for being here. I also want to thank our community, and I want to send out a huge net of thank you to everyone that's even had this on their mind for the last few weeks. Without your help, without your involvement, we feel like that we wouldn't be where we are right now. We continue to move forward. We strive for justice, and we will get that justice. At this time, I want to introduce Mike Patty, Liberty German's grandfather.
Thank you, Tobe. I wrote down some stuff so I wouldn't forget what we'd like to communicate. My family put this together. So obviously my name's Mike Patty. This is my wife, Becky. We'd both like to thank you for showing up here today. I'd like to read a statement. I've got to put my glasses on for this. So show my age a little bit. This is a statement from Abby's family. Abby and Libby loved each other. Throughout this tragedy, we have honored their memory by caring for and respecting each other. We respect Libby's family decision.
Yeah, I appreciate you, Cody. Appreciate you, man. Welcome to the Revgang fam. We appreciate you. We appreciate you, brother.
To speak publicly at this time, just as they respected our family's decision not to speak publicly, the family of Abby Williams. I would also ask that the media to respect their choice. Let them reach out to you if they so desire to do it. A little over 3 weeks ago, February 13th, our girls went missing. On February 14th, they were found victims of a double homicide. This horrible crime has torn a hole in our families that'll never heal. It's the small things that seem to hurt the most. It's just natural to holler for them to come to dinner or in the mornings to get up and get ready for school. Then expect them to come through the door after school. The silence when we don't hear their voice. Our girls were excited about the upcoming softball season. Just the day before all this happened, they had their equipment out playing catch, working on their batting in the backyard, going to the ball field with Anna to hone their skills for the upcoming season. But they'll never get to play a single inning again. There are too many ways to count how our lives will forever be impacted to share here today. I imagine most people listening that have raised or are raising children know how kids can be. A phrase that was jokingly attached to Libby and our family, from asking her to pick up her shoes, her school backpack, her coat, her first reply would almost always be, "I will, in a minute." We joke with her about this all the time. I believe if she were able to speak, she would ask people, please give her the 1 minute she always asked for. To really study the picture and listen to the audio clip. Someone out there knows this person or persons. He's someone's neighbor, coworker, family member, friend, husband, or acquaintance. If and when any new information is released by law enforcement, please take another minute from your day to review all the information and help us collect the pieces of this puzzle. Both of our families are requesting everyone to please help Abby and Libby. Look for someone who's recently changed their appearance, cut their hair, shaved, or started wearing different clothes. Have they changed in some strange manner that just seems a little odd? If you think it could be, but then say, no, he's not like that. Go with your initial instinct. Let law enforcement run that information and make that determination. However small it may seem, it is extremely vital to capture every tip we can get. Please, we need your help. At this time, I'd also like to thank law enforcement and officials, along with our employers, pastors, the people and businesses of this great community across the state, nation, and beyond, who have pulled together around us, providing help and support in so many ways. From fundraisers, food for our families and law enforcement, to the hugs, handshakes, kind words, all of these items help. But again, we're asking everyone to take 1 minute and study the picture and audio, then recording information you may have to the tip or email line. We also say thank you for all the generous donations for the reward fund. To the individuals, groups, businesses, all of which are too numerous to name. A couple that stand out are Pat McAfee and Jim Irsay. With their donation, the reward fund is now well over $200,000. The other donations we've received in Libby's name have been utilized to establish a scholarship fund in her name. And the rest of the funds we hope to be used to build a softball field and park in the memory of the girls, so they'll be remembered forever and have something for everyone to enjoy. Now, I would like to thank the news media.
Thank
I've had
you,
several
Regina. I appreciate you, Regina. Thank you. Welcome. I'm just sitting back watching these interviews and watching y'all comment. I see a lot of interesting conversations going on down in that comment section.
Conversations with many of you. Your professionalism and respect for our families has been honorable. We've lost our children, and nothing will bring them back. But through your persevering coverage and help with this investigation, we are confident that together we can bring justice to those responsible for this horrible crime. We appreciate your time and help. Thank you very much.
If anybody has any questions for Mr. Patty, now would be the time to ask.
Mr. Patty, your granddaughter was heroic in her final moments. She was able to press record on her cell phone and provide key evidence to police, the voice that we heard. How did you guys react when you learned that she was able to do this?
What's up, Tom? How's it going, brother? What's up, Tim? How you doing?
I'm glad
Tim?
she had the wherewithal to do that, and I certainly hope that proves to be the vital piece, that helps bring resolution to this.
Yeah,
obviously, we're proud. It's too bad it had to happen like that, But yeah, it was glad she had the wherewithal to do that. Thank you.
Mr. Patty, first, my condolences to you. A similar question: the state police specifically called Libby a hero 2 weeks ago in press conference for reporting what she did on that phone. When you hear them call your granddaughter a hero, what was your reaction?
Well, first off, I'd like to address that is both the girls were heroes. They stuck together. I don't know exactly what happened out there that day, but I imagine there was probably an opportunity for one or both to separate and try to make a break different ways. But those girls loved each other. They were good friends. Neither one of them left each other's side. Both those girls are heroes in my book.
Mike, can you talk about the last thing that you said to your granddaughter, shared?
Absolutely.
Yeah, Tom, I
In our
know,
house,
right?
It's always, I love you.
They say if you're not getting notifications that you, if you unsubscribe and subscribe back, that it fixes it. That's a rumor that I've been hearing lately from a lot of different YouTubers.
Every time. That was without standing all of our
And then you got to go to the bell and put on all afterwards.
Kids, all of our children, everything. That's just it. Before they go to bed, when they get up, drop them off for school, whatever it is, send a text message. It's always, I love you.
Going through obviously the sexual assist your family, but at this point, like you said, we're doing everything we can to keep together as a family and grieve. But at this point, what can you say about not having his solid information? How are you coping with that part at this point too? Suspect at this point, would we could hold it for questioning? Is that really difficult at this point for your family?
Well, obviously, yeah, we would like to see somebody, responsible for this, but I'm relying on law enforcement, and the efforts that they're putting forward. I've been they've been kind enough. They walked me through their process of how they're evaluating this. I'm kind of a process-oriented guy, so they walked me through that. I'm very impressed with the steps that they go through whenever they receive tips. And trust me, every tip, every call is checked. There's nothing that's just going into a bucket, even if it seems so silly. There's the cohesive, work between the state police, the county police, the FBI, and the city police, and officers from all over that are coming in. It's just truly impressive. I truly feel we're going to get to the bottom of this, and that's why I'm asking for help out there. Any tips we can get is monumental, and it could really bring this case to resolution. Thank you.
Mr. Patty, you have seen from the community an outpouring of support, as you mentioned, people using orange lights all over the area to remember these girls. How is that helping your family get through this right now? When you look around and see these posters and see the ribbons and just everything that people are doing.
It's overwhelming. It's overwhelming. The support that we receive from the community, the schools, her friends, law enforcement, just the public, our friends, co-workers. It's overwhelming, and it's the love that's poured upon us, and the support is welcomed. And we could surely use that right now. Thank you for that.
How many times have you and your family looked at that picture or listened to that audio? Looked at that a lot?
Daily. Multiple times.
Chance to talk to somebody out there, like you mentioned, that knows something, that maybe it's their dad, it's their friend, and they don't want to speak out even with that reward. What can you tell them right now to get them to talk about what they took away from your family and why they need to come forward today?
Well, I'm hoping through if you want to call it the speech, or what I mean, that we developed or that we put together there and read, and I'm just reaching out to them to help put closure. This is a hurdle and a path that we're going down that the pain will always be there forever, but this is a hurdle that needs to be knocked down. And with the help of law enforcement, I truly believe it will, but we need somebody out there. Somebody knows something. Somebody has to know this person, recognize that voice. And I encourage them to call in and give us that vital piece of information. No matter how small it may seem, it may fit into another piece of the puzzle that'll help put closure to this.
It's been more than 3 weeks now since your daughter's murder, or that murder. How are you maintaining optimism that she will still be found? Or that a photo will still be found?
Well, that's a lot of what we have right now is optimism, and in the pouring in of the tips and the support of the public, and again, all of our friends and everything that is coming into us. That's where we're gaining our strength right now. That and through our pastor, who's been a rock for us as well. Both of our families, we support each other. Abby's family and ours, we're in contact, so we help each other get through this.
2 more questions.
Have you heard any news reports that it was a similar case in Iowa?
I'll talk about the rumors here shortly. Yes.
This is one person. How troubling is it for you knowing that there's a very dangerous person still out there?
Well, obviously, it's troubling for us as well as the whole community, the state, the nation. Somebody's out there that's done this. They need to be brought to justice, and that's why we're holding this conference. We need somebody out there who has that vital piece of information to turn this in. Help this community, help this state, help our nation, help our families to bring this to justice.
The trails very well in that area. Your gut instinct at this point from your family, do you think it's somebody that lives around here or that knew those trails very well?
We're not going to speculate right now on where they're from, and I'll get into that here shortly. So one more over here.
Mr. Patty, what would you say to this person who's out there who's responsible for this?
4.5 hours.
I don't know that I have a comment right now. I haven't thought that far ahead, to be honest with you. So try to be a Christian man. So I'll put more thought to that.
Last one here.
Why do you think Libby had the presence of mind to press record that day? Is that part of your personality? Is that something that you guys taught her?
Obviously, she's a smart girl. She really was. But we talked a lot about having the presence of mind of your surroundings, and obviously she's kind of a photo buff anyway. That's why the girls were out there taking pictures. That's why they went out there in the first place, to catch the scenery, do some video with each other, and that's just part of what kids do. And trust me, there's hundreds and if not thousands of pictures at home on all of our computers and stuff where all of them have done it over the years. So that's just part of their natural activity. But obviously she had presence of mind, sensed something a little strange there. I'm glad she did. Very glad. Thank you. Appreciate it.
But if the Carroll County Sheriff lost his glasses and changed his beard, you would look like one of the suspects.
Right. And ironically, I was listed as a suspect in the initial investigation, believe it or not.
Interesting. Interesting.
Good morning. Thank you for showing up. Basically, as you all know, we have sent you out an email with 2 photos in it. We would like you to put both those photos in those when you talk about this case. We want the original photo that was put out earlier, and we also want the composite photo. So please, when you're putting out your information, we would like all that on there, please. Introduce a few people that are standing behind me before we get started here. You got Lieutenant Tom McKee from the Indiana State Police Post at Lafayette, Tony Liggett, sorry, from the Delphi, Carroll County Sheriff's Department. I'll get to this right here in a minute. Kevin Hammond from the Carroll County Sheriff's Department, Jerry Holman from the Indiana State Police Detectives out of the Lafayette State Police Post, and Tony Slocum, he's a public information officer out of the Peru Post. We're here to talk a little bit about the release that was put out. So I'm just basically going to open it up to questions. I will tell you now that most of the information that you have in the news release is about all that can be released at this time. So there's not going to be anything else real exciting, I guess would be the word, that's going to be put out there. But I'll be more than happy to take questions and we'll go from there.
How did artists develop this sketch? Was the sketch made with the help of eyewitness or eyewitnesses, or was it made solely from the other picture we've seen so often?
Basically, I can't really answer that question completely. I can tell you it came from the investigation itself, from officers looking into things, to tips and leads that come in, that people that have come forward. We've got information from there, and the composite was put together with that information.
Why release the sketch today? Did it just get finished? Have other people already seen this, including the family? Now it's just the right time to release it?
This picture was released at this time because that's when we felt that it needed to come out. The information needs to be put forward, and we wanted to get it out there so people can look at it. And it has just taken a while to get this thing put together, and that's why it's taken so long to get the picture out.
In the realm of evidence and leads that you have, how big is this photograph? How much are you counting on this artist sketch or the photograph of the sketch?
I mean, it's like anything else in a case. Anytime we get something new or some information out there, we always feel it's important to the case. We feel this is very important because it actually gives a better view of the person in the picture that you see down below. It shows a little more facial features, gives you a little more information on what's we're looking at, who the suspect might be, and that's why we feel it is very important that this picture's out there at this time.
What's so striking about this? What is the thing that investigators look at and say, wow, that's the thing that's going to make this guy stand out from all the other men walking around?
It's basically just a clear picture of his face compared to what you saw down below. We've got the information out there, the pictures out there. Now we got this composite that we feel that is the same. We feel it is the same person, and we just want to make sure that people realize that picture is this person, we're hoping, and that they can get that picture and take that picture and get us some information on a possible suspect.
How confident are you that is accurate?
We're pretty confident. The information that was received, with that information, we've been able to put that together. Again, this thing wasn't drawn up overnight. We've been working with this picture and with the suspects that the witnesses that we have that would put this together. So it's not something that we did overnight. This has taken a while to put together.
Those witnesses, did they see them in the area, or did they call the tip line with that information?
I really can't go into that because we don't want to compromise the case itself.
But when you say witnesses, so multiple people were able to help you out with this?
There was people that were able to help us out with this, yes.
A lot of people will say you guys are releasing this now because you've run out of leads. That's not true in this case, right?
No, we're still getting anywhere from 5 to 10 tips a day. We're still getting emails. So it's not something that is just, this case is not dried up. It's not a cold case. This case is still very active.
If you didn't have those tips, we may never have seen this picture in the first place, right?
The possibility, yes.
What's the attitude of the troops working on this? I mean, the fact that there's a composite that's infinitely clearer than the picture we've been looking at. I mean, what's the move? What is the feeling among investigators who've been grinding away at this for 5 months now?
Well, anytime you get new information, officers are always excited about that information. It kind of builds up their confidence on the case itself. With this information here, we're really, it really excites them, lets them know that, people are still caring about this case, that people are still interested. And when we can get somebody to come forward with more information, if we can get a name or at least a location of this subject, that would be great. But officers have never really gotten down on this case. I think they've frustrated maybe, but as far as solving this thing, it's something that's we've always felt like we're going to solve this case.
Who made the sketch? ISP? Did you guys bring somebody specific in here to talk to those witnesses to come up with the exact look of this person? Or
It's basically just been a accumulation of all the departments have come together and we've put this composite together.
Now in the release, you talk about not to focus on the hat. It might not be accurate. Can you talk a little bit about that so people at home know why?
Well, if you see the original picture down below, it appears that he's got a hat on that's got the flaps down over the kind of down over the face. We want to make sure that you focus on the picture. We want to make sure the face is what you're looking at and not to worry about the hat. Even though that hat is not quite the same as the one in the picture, we want the facial features is what we want you to look at.
If someone did recognize this person, what should they do?
They can call the tip line or they can email us.
In the release, you mentioned some of exactly like his hair color and things like that. Can you talk about that information that you put in the release right now?
Basically, the hair color is a reddish brown. The person was not clear on the color of the eyes, but the person said it was definitely not blue. The person was very obvious that it was not blue eyes, but they did mention that they were not clear on which color it was.
So there are people out there who are sure that they saw this guy walking around that day and they helped you out. Is that fair to say? Okay.
Pretty much that's what it is, yes.
Those people come forward right away, or did it take a little bit of time for those people to come forward?
It's been a while. It took a little bit. People are scared, or afraid to be recognized by the subject. So it just takes a while for these things to happen. Like I said, the picture didn't come overnight. We've been working on this for a while.
Do you think this guy is still around the Delphi area? Do you think he's in a different state?
That's what I hope this is all about.
We've heard many times that somebody out there probably knows something, and it's really driving home the point today to make sure you call no matter how little it may be, even especially if you recognize this person.
That's what we want. We want people to call in, give us information. Anybody that can give us an identification on this subject or knows where the subject might be, that would be great. We would appreciate any information we can get.
So still have that voice. Now you have an even closer up picture, and you have this other. So 3 really pieces of solid evidence that you have that people can work with. So that's got to be big development today for the community. And
that is correct. We're really excited about the information that's being put out there. The detectives and all the investigators who are involved are just basically waiting for the phone rings.
will any more information or video be released from the cell phone that will be had that day?
I'm not going to comment on that. I don't want to compromise that case.
Just to be clear, do you know this man's identity and you're not releasing